Continuing windy, -6 for the low. Will feel like -11 or even colder for parts of the GTA for early Friday.
Come on.
But this is just a brief cool down for tomorrow.
Come on.
With a high near 5 tomorrow. Right now, light rain
Pull this
showers
up
2 and here's some 3
again.
at
I'm going to
6
keep doing what I'm doing. Thank you.
6 City News Time, 7:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute.
Over to Mike Apple at the 680 Business Center. How's it look now?
Well, Paul, it is kind of sure we'll call it that, because on one hand, we've got the Dow futures pointing to a record high at the start, but the NASDAQ futures index has now extended its earlier loss to a drop of 1.5%. And that has everything to do with what the U.S. 10-year bond yield is doing this morning. It's up 10 basis points.
Can you fuck off? I can't believe we're here for 10 seconds. You're already on us. Fuck off.
Central banks aren't doing
You're a bunch of body holes, child molesters, and trainers is what you are. We know this. We know this. All about the country you come from. We know this. But your people aren't from there. You're people that don't exist.
Adjusting mortgage rates higher. We'll be keeping track of
If
that.
I click on this spot 30 or 40 times, eventually, yeah, come on, keep dumping, you fucking piece of shit.
The price for oil.
You get like an instant text message alert every time I come online. Like, what's your issue? I'm still gonna paste the links, bro. You're a fucking waste. Holy fuck! Now the cursor's gonna sit there for 2 minutes before it starts flashing.
Still to come on 680 News.
The Kardashians start their
The redraw went too long.
Of the final, Keeping Up with the Kardashians season is
Final,
tonight.
it's over.
680 News Time, 7:44.
East Court Ford, the #1 retailer of Ford Canada for
Holy fuck.
2020.
If this takes 2 minutes for every fucking link, I'm gonna be here for 20 fucking minutes. Well, there's not any sound involved in me pasting a link, so your dumb ass is completely wasting your time. Once I'm done this, then maybe I'll check this out. Once I'm done this, then maybe I'll check this out. Look at your punk ass. Every 2 seconds, you're just dumping and dumping and dumping. Within 10 seconds of being online, you don't even have the sense to wait long enough that maybe somebody else might figure out where we are and get our IP. Within 5 seconds of connecting to YouTube, this piece of shit is on it.
Makes them a totally
Fucking waste.
And it's Spence Diamonds. We celebrate love.
I consider every child molester a waste, man. So I don't know why you're bothered. You're going to get more and more pissed off that I'm here. Fine. Fuck off and stop watching. You did this for 3 hours straight yesterday. And when the sound kicked out, what did I do? I didn't come back. Now you're exceptionally pissed because I ruined your night.
Showers ending this morning, then cloudy and windy.
So
with
I'm
a 680 News
responsible.
guaranteed high of 8. Good
What
morning.
you
I'm
do
Catherine
with your
Jose.
time, this is
Here are
incredible.
the top stories this Thursday morning.
The third wave of COVID-19 infections is about to get real
Jesus.
and fast, according to new modeling from the
About to get
universities of
real
Waterloo
and
Guelph.
fast.
Their findings reportedly show the GTA
No,
could see some
it's about to get
3,800 cases
real
a day by early April, surpassing peaks
fast,
in the
quickly.
previous 2 waves.
Toronto General Hospital says
You
it's
are
dealing with a
fucking
COVID-19
stupid.
outbreak in the operating
Hey,
room.
the
4
pedophiles
staff
attacking me on the internet. These idiots here, a bunch of fucking blonde women. Every last blonde white woman, every last one of them.
York region residents will soon be rolling
Oh, you don't
out
like
their
me saying
sleeves
that?
for a COVID-19 vaccine.
I showed you
People
the photographs.
75
You
and
go, oh
older
shit, he's
can
right.
sign up for appointments through the city's portal starting this morning.
For these and other
Which has
stories,
nothing
go
to do with the
680news.com.
port, the whole port.
Time now for
That's
680
something else.
Sports.
From Sportsnet 590 The Fan, Simon Bennett.
Well, a welcome sight for the Raptors for the 5 players.
You're needed or not?
Exactly.
So tell me about the steak. Tell me about the steak shop, because
Sports
you and
Illustrated has a
Petra from
picture
the
of a
steak shop,
dude in a
you've sort of
dress.
joined forces on this now.
But no illustrations,
We
no
have to.
sports,
I
no
actually,
women.
after, after the city charged my employee, that's
I don't know why
actually
this
what
shit
kind of
pops up on my
supercharged me,
screen.
because that's just, I mean,
Yeah.
minimum wage employees have taken the entire
And it's not a person of color
business
either.
owners
No,
for COVID
I'll
for
call
last year for them
bullshit
to
on
come
that.
in and treat her like
Well, we
that
can
for no
argue
reason
semantics.
whatsoever.
Let's leave it at that. We'll
So I
argue
decided that would be one I would take
I
them
don't
to
take
provincial
person of
court.
color a couple
And so I actually have shown sex shop. I've never met sex shop. I just randomly cold called one of the shops and said I want to talk to somebody in management about your experiences because I'm moving forward with the lawsuit. And so They again have never met me either, but we talked on the phone.
Well, you don't have any of the black features. You also don't have any women's features.
And so they joined in and have been absolute heroes because obviously the big shop has more money than I do, and this is a very expensive process. So they are effectively my absolute superheroes.
Knew what I meant.
But yeah, they stepped in to help me, even though we've never even so much as met.
You called the Ontario Business Hotline, Stop the Spread.
I did, as did my lawyer, and we were both told that they believed that under the legislation we qualified to be open. Getting something in writing is a different story. What they would put in writing is that
the legislation is
there were no specifically intended inclusions or exclusions under the legislation about what they considered a medical supply or medical device.
We want our own version of the writing.
So we've chosen to err on the side of these products are legitimate because, I mean, I've shown the city this. I put together a 28-page document that outlines dozens of medical publications that talk about sex toys being the only treatment for certain conditions. And I mean, the fact that they're also used for pleasure, I mean, Toronto Public Health, CBC, and Health Canada have all come out saying that sexual pleasure is an essential part of everyday health. And I mean, it does. It reduces stress. It helps with sleep. It lowers cardiac incidences.
You sell condoms? Hey, stupid! They're not allowed to shut you down.
The definition of a medical
supply. We're trying to get our own version of the legislation in writing to find out because we think we're allowed. Do you sell condoms? And latex safe lubricant? You don't have to sell condoms. Do you sell latex safe lubricant? Guess what? You're essential, dumbass.
Can't get an erection anymore unless they're using a penis
pump and a cock ring. Sex toys from a woman. That's stupid.
They have to have
Can't figure out how to keep the business open.
Veronica,
right
I
there
get
in
the
front of you,
sense when I read the
dumbass.
city's response to you is, well,
You ever heard of AIDS? Oh, you ever heard of abortion and half-breeds? There you go. 3 reasons why your business is essential. The precedent has been set. They didn't revoke any of the things against those 3 things. So how the fuck?
But I offered in writing to remove access on my sales floor to every single product that isn't a legitimate medical supply.
You offered to do what the law says. Wow, that's incredible. That cream corn doesn't contain any ingredients that's illegal for cream corn to contain.
Of course it doesn't. I mean,
it says it right on the
it
package.
effectively amounts to slut shaming. I mean, they've actually put as proof against me being a legitimate business that my shop's Instagram bio says women like sex too. Like this is what they consider evidence that I'm a menace to society, is that I'm advocating for the fact that it's okay for women to have an orgasm.
so your friends at this stag shop were not getting hassled the way you've been.
No, and neither was not the mother or the minister.
That was made in '82. I'm the menace to society.
It's a difficult question as to why the woman-owned, female-focused.
I thought you were talking about being allowed to open your business.
But I mean, we could only speculate about why that might be. So.
Well, are the men's stores in the village?
The men's room is in the village. The sex shop have a shop in the village. I'm not actually sure.
Men don't spend money
I should know this, but I'm not actually sure where their locations are. And Northbound Mothers on Yonge Street.
Okay, I would Google it, but I think they'd probably block me here, of course. So the hearings today.
Yeah, the hearings today. Oh my goodness, am I nervous?
Are you doing it on Zoom?
Yeah.
What are you wearing?
Well, right now, honey, that says Pink Floyd out of your mother. So.
No, I'm just trying to have some. I know you're going to be nervous today.
No, so I don't actually participate at all. My work's already done when I put together my affidavit and all my research. So I'll just.
It's been a very.
I don't care what court you are, tribunal, anything. If you're using Zoom to conduct it, it's not real. You should be using what the fucking courts here use. Oh, all right. We've been using video remand for at least 15 years up there.
Well, flying and using eastbound Campbellville Road as an alternative, a good idea. Just rejoin
now
the
you're starting to understand why there's options
eastbound
for all
401
sorts of other people to log on to the thing. You never thought
a
about
delay
it.
from the 427 to the 400 range.
You said in the courtroom, you said in the jail, right? That's something, right?
Well, west 401 delays, Dixon to approaching Salem, west of Nielsen to Kennedy, and approaching Bayview to west of Young primarily collectors, then heavy from Mavis Express west of Mavis collectors to approaching Mississauga Road. For the 680 traffic center, here's Kyle Hawking. And we have off and on delays on the eastbound QE and Gardner. Slow, sort of
I
off and on from North Shore right to
gotta
Fort
move the
Drive. There are a couple breaks in there, and speeds in some areas better than others, but you're sort of off and on the brakes through there the whole way. And then the eastbound Gardner is busy east of Park Lawn to east of Dufferin. Also southbound volume on the 404 down Valley from south of Finch to south of Lawrence. On the 400 south of Shepherd to the east 401 ramp. And on the 410 southbound approaching Sandalwood down to Queen. How about the money you save staying at home, you spend on your home? Increase your living space, finish your basement. Call AGM now and get $5,000 off your new basement. Visit AGMrenovations.com. Next report at 8:01 and with the extended forecast. Here's Jill Taylor.
The showers continue to move through the GTA, but this is not an all-day event. The shower activity will end this morning. The wind, though, will stay with us all day and into the evening. Gusts very strong, could exceed 60 kilometers per hour at times today out of the north-northeast. Guaranteed high, 8 degrees tonight, partly cloudy and windy. -6 for the low. Will feel like -11 for early tomorrow. So a cold start to Friday. Just a brief cool down, though. Lots of sunshine tomorrow and 5. And then for the weekend, as we welcome spring, highs near 12 degrees and lots of sunshine. Could hit 14 on Monday with sunshine. Right now, light rain showers too at Pearson 3 at 680 news. Today's guaranteed high, 8.
This phone is in complete flight mode.
Coming up at 8 o'clock here on 680 News, new pandemic modeling data reportedly does not paint a rosy picture of the next few weeks in the GTA. And the age for getting a COVID-19 shot drops to 75 in York region.
680 News Time, 7:54. It's madness this month at non-Bunny's Hyundai.
Madness?
For a bunch of fucking useless
Lease rates from 0.9% OAC. Don't pay for 90 days on all models, and the Essential Workers Program has been extended at all 3 Superfan locations. That's not all. The first 50 purchases this March will receive a special prize pack.
I'm your guy.
Visit non-Bunny'sHyundai.com for details on their Hyundai Advantage sales event.
Hey, Nadia.
What I find incredible is it's opened up 4 different ways of connecting wirelessly that I'm not asking for. I just cleared all 3 of these in a row. Do that again. Deny, deny, deny. Turning on Wi-Fi. No, I turned the Wi-Fi on and you shut it off. And then somehow in flight mode, you activated Bluetooth. I don't need Bluetooth at all. So let's do this again. I will again turn off the, I'm turning off the airplane mode. You keep switching around and turning it back on. And then you try and turn the Wi-Fi out. You're just turning every switch to on. That's how stupid you are. You're not a hacker. Here we are on Bluetooth again. The phone still doesn't have anything wireless turned on.
I mean, wow. And what
it wasn't doing this all fucking night. You're so skilled at getting away. You're so sneaky. You got that psychological way of outsmarting everybody.
Hold on.
I bet your rape victims don't even believe they got raped, right? They think
Yeah,
they
no more
raped
things
you,
like
right?
that as the most famous family in America has
coming on to
decided,
you, right?
you know what,
If
we
you
don't
like what
the
I'm saying,
attention and the
fuck
cameras in our
off.
face all the time, we're done.
You're a complete
No,
fucking
they signed
waste
a deal
of
with Hulu in the
oxygen,
States, so they're going to very much be in our lives going forward.
Well, I've been at this for more than 25 minutes, so I'm really not concerned with how long it takes. Pedophiles don't like us. Okay, keep it up. Are you gonna dummy this 30 fucking times in a row? What the fuck is that? That's the other thing. It scrolls down to a bunch of video, and it just opened one, and then crashed the browser. Simultaneously, it did all 3. But the browser has not crashed. That's just a flash message. Do you know? I know. I can still, yeah. So what just happened? And their incognito tabs is why that happens. If the browser crashed, how am I opening it? Right. I'm just doing it a second time out of habit. I just needed to make sure there's audio. I'm just doing it a second time out of habit. I just need to make sure there's audio. Here, do it again. Turn it off again for us. Scroll all the way down, then back up a bit. Look at a video for a second. Go to a different one. Click on that one. Crash the browser. Put the Wi-Fi off and the Bluetooth on. Come on. And then pull up your TV set that you're going to connect to. Come on. Oh, you're getting mad. You're getting so mad. So every device has its own IP address, right? So these people can only focus on like one device. You see it scrolling. Can't connect to the fucking server, but it can do that. Right. I'm supposed to care. I'm supposed to care that a pedophile doesn't like me. Oh, Jesus. Now it's 30 seconds behind because you dummied the fucking thing for so long. Please keep scrolling down when I'm scrolling up. I love this game. I love this game. It's not you experimenting on me. It's me wasting your fucking dumbass chomo time. It's that simple. So the second I step away, they can't aim their I don't know how to put this. Like if you imagine like a machine gun, let's have lots of rounds of bullet. That's all they're doing. They're just dumping as much data packets as they can of random sizes on random ports on every IP address they can, on every LAN IP address that they can find, that they can hit, that they can think of, whatever. Yeah, they're using probably a Russian hacker wrote, and then somebody from Anonymous put in backdoor shit to find all your dumb pedo asses and left the scripts on a child molestation dark web chat room. Obviously, it's obvious. So your dumb asses don't realize some of your online buddies show up in real life. So when the alarm goes off. Yeah, fuck it.
Start a cipher and spark it, or else I'm gonna have to jack you up and rob your
Somehow
pocket.
there's now
Rob
4.5
your wallet.
fucking
Don't
minutes
know
into
what
the
you
video
want
went
to call me to
backwards.
victimize the gang. Goodness, see is how we stole it. Stolen on the streets and invading the home. Kicking out fucking
just
doors.
dummying
Putting
the
guns
phone.
to the
They're just
domes.
dumping so much data on it, it can't pick up the screen.
Used to stuff packs, now I slang crack. No, I don't slang crack because I'm hypocritical, because I said it was so bad. Now I'm sitting here and I'm acting oh so mad, but I'm oh so glad. At the same time, my brothers be making money, but it ends off the packs and that ain't damn funny. Seeing the
You know how remote control this shit anymore?
Seeing people run the place, oh my God,
You're
like what
obsessed
we
with
gonna
weird
do?
shit.
Our kids be getting
You
stabbed
can't
up.
remote control it anymore. You go see
the tip is trash up.
You did that for 3 hours last night, and when it finally shut off, I just went away. What did you think would happen when you did that?
I'ma keep
Do
it
it
on
again
the
or
mic,
what?
just flow. I'ma keep it on the mic and just flow.
Your dumbass tans, I don't.
All your fake ass
You're
words
not
are like,
black.
let's go. I'ma keep it on the mic. And I'ma keep it
You
on the
don't
mic
have
and
anything in
just flow.
common except for the building address number. Somehow you got people that just got here themselves, convinced that somehow you got here. People been here for fucking decades.
Don't give me 10 seconds to battle you back, bitch. I'll leave you in a casket, using my lips, cause I'm a verbal murderer. You heard of me before, never let the one the second rappers keeping it in score. I'ma keep it on lock, my lip locks like a Glock. I pop shots out my tongue and I'ma leave your ass shot. I lacerations off the throat from the mic cord. You wanna come at me and claiming that you're hardcore. A battle
found
rapper,
Pedo Boy's fucking limits, apparently. No, I don't know how many viewers 2 is because that counter don't work. How do I know it don't work? Let's put both these phones on now. It won't count as viewers.
I mean, I lock it up down with my cerebral for all you and your people.
I don't know if we're talking about 2 shootings or 1 shooting, but some teenager got shot.
You need a slap across the jaw, back and roll, cause claiming shit that you ain't never done before. You're claiming that you ground me and gritty and all cold and roll,
They
but I
delayed
think
their
that you
fucking
got
recording
caught
everything
with
so
care,
much,
man,
you
and I
can't
don't
fucking
care,
put 2
man,
and 2
I don't
together.
really play fair. I'm here to battle you. Start a cipher and spark it, or else I'm gonna have to jack you up and rob your pockets, rob your wallet. Don't know what you want to call it, being a victimized again. When this team is how we stalled it. Stalling on the streets and invading homes and kicking out fucking laws and putting guns to domes. I'm a hypocritical cat. Used to stuff packs, now I slang crack. No, I don't slang crack because I'm hypocritical. Because I said it was so bad. Now I'm sitting here and I'm acting oh so mad, but I'm oh so glad. At the same time, my brothers be making money, but it gets off the packs and that ain't damn funny. Seen the rig up in the fucking yard. Seeing people run up like, oh my god, like what we gonna do? Our kids be getting stabbed up. Age of 12, like yo, let's get this clash up.
The alarm should have fucking stopped running. The sound stopped running. Yeah, I know, they've got this time of day and they're the biggest geniuses in the world. How about every hour we do it on the hour?
I'ma keep it on the mic, just flow.
You'll notice the alarm didn't go off.
And I'ma
You're
keep it on the
dumping
mic.
so much data, it backs it up.
Let's go. I'ma keep it on the mic. And I'ma keep it on the mic. Yo.
You got this 20 minutes? Holy shit.
Check it. Yo.
You guys are complete wastemen.
Don't give me 10 seconds to battle you back, bitch.
Even a child pornographer must have some sense how to use their computer resources in a tenable way. You don't. You have spent 20 minutes trying to dumb me a phone, and it don't matter if it works or not.
You want to come at me and claim me that you're
I confirmed the mic worked, and I confirmed there was audio. And then the top of the hour went by. Guess what? I don't have to check it more than once an hour. You're not a hacker. I want to know what happened to the genius that kept setting it back 1 minute earlier.
While I stay so fire with my profile.
There you go. What happened? You were smart. You would have started doing it later, not earlier, dumbass. You're not smart. You're not a hacker. We built these GUIs and networks both. And I've explained that story over and over. I don't think we're talking about it right now. Yeah, well, you were trying to figure out how to get us away from the people around us. You didn't look up at the adults around to see they were all military.
You
didn't have computers in school in that day, did you?
I
can't think of any school that
because
day.
I'm hypocritical because I said it was so bad. Now I'm sitting here and I'm acting oh so mad, but I'm oh so glad. At the same time, my brothers be making money, but it gets off the packs and that ain't damn funny. The
better funded the school, the less computer. Hey, as the years went on, the better funded the school, the less computers they had. We invented how many computers?
We need to band together and get the fakes out. The negativities of life are helping me focus on everything else, not the positives. So let's go on and just flow. I'ma keep it on the mic, just flow.
Howard had
I'ma keep it
the
on the
computer
mic,
the teacher brought in.
and I'ma keep it on the mic. On your
The whole
fake
school.
ass slurs
Our
of
class
life,
had
and
one
let's
because
go.
the teacher brought one
I'ma keep it on the mic.
in. And yet,
I'ma keep it on the mic and just go.
before that, computer-wise speaking, before that,
Check it. Yo. Don't give me 10 seconds to battle you back, bitch. I'll leave you in the
what,
casket.
20 kids in the
Using my
class.
lips
There were
'cause I'm
40
a
computers in the lab. As far as I know, we were the only kids using those damn
I'ma
computers.
keep it on lock, my lip locks like a Glock. I pop shots out my tongue and I'ma leave your ass shot. I laceration from the throat from the mic cord. You wanna come at me, you claim it that you're hardcore. I battle rap
Plus years ago, and your punk asses are gonna do what to me over the internet? What are you gonna do to me with the internet?
Like the clap, chlamydia, gonorrhea. You don't wanna fuck with this shit because I'll see you to your deathbed. Off the shit that I said, off the shit that I spit off my head, leaving you a shred, locked like the head.
You ever see me yelling, screaming like I'm about to beat the fuck out of somebody or I might be hitting them, and you thought they had Down syndrome? They don't have Down syndrome. They have brain damage from previous incidents in correctional. I'm pointing at the feds, the correctional facilities. Just don't get into it. Do you feel like pulling me off? And go for it.
roll,
But the point is, it's not somebody with a mental disorder. It's somebody who's had their head slammed off the concrete so many fucking times that they're permanently cracked out now. Why? Because they like touching kids. And the government won't lock them up. So you ever see a cell phone, a cigarette case, a car that has like a really minor piece of damage to it? It's another thing people do. So make sure they can identify it later. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at what we did to all your friends in the coffee scene. Well, I was going to try to get coffee around 8. So. All of a sudden, I don't give a fuck.
The negativities of life are helping me focus on everything else, not the positives. So let's go on and just flow. I'ma keep it on the mic.
My favorite thing is trying to restart the machine. It won't restart.
And I'ma keep it on the mic.
It goes into some shutdown phase where it will not come on again no matter what. Or it completely restarts, but the whole time the camera stays on. Yeah, you guys are not hackers. Whoever gave you those codes gave them to you on purpose to make what you're doing incredibly obvious, because you're pathological. You can't help but do it, right? Oh, it's a choice. Well, you can't help but every little opportunity to commit an opportunistic crime, you're on top of it. I've noticed what you hate most, an intended victim that fights back. Or has friends fighting back. You keep trying to target kids in this building, bro. You're gonna fall off this building. Do you know where the bottom of the building is? No, I'm being dead serious. Keep jumping. I'm being dead serious. Anything built the last 5-10 years, a good chance you can find an aerial photo, a blueprint, something. Where's the bottom of this building, bro? I'm gonna make it disappear, dog. Hey, before you moved here, there's different pieces of infrastructure out here that have doors in them that have since been concreted over, not right up to the fucking door. They put a slab, a wall as far from the next wall. Where does it go? I don't know. I didn't go in there. I don't know where the exit is. So I'm not. Let's get back on. I'm going in there. Might be afraid, but I'm not dead, am I? So I'm wondering, where do you think you're going to end up? I get a straight answer on the number of apartments in the fucking building. In theory, I don't know the count, right? In theory.
I don't steal trailers, I steal boats. I don't
write
tracks like
gators and put them in months and come through like a skater and slits the fucking throat.
Raw, dirty filth, you call me Rome with the silencer pointed at your dome. Offering you the last call home, one of the sickest.
Last call, that's
till the
it,
bitch
that's
stop
all.
clicking, toss inside and grab the next seat around my ride. Always down for homicide when the beat collide. I got enough to fight for all the haters that dug your hide. Quickest homicide, you'll make sure your brakes tied and stay inside. A bullet hitting your temple, plus you powder, tricky elemental. Keeps me down, so not consumed by thinking of ways to fuck up your dance and record a
I'd rather sit here and eat the world That hurts. That's particulate matter and infiltration.
I'm a rapist with words, skillfully diligent herds.
I didn't say I pressed the button once. No, you saw my arm go like that. So you're gonna select the track that plays. It's got nothing to do with interfering with my inputs. You're just selecting. No. You did it wrong again. I'd crack a joke, but you're so stupid you can't count. You can't see what I'm doing. You see the video.
I'll leave you in a casket.
Click.
In my lips, cause I'm
Remember when I got you with that? I got click. Did you skip the track? Did it twice in a row? You don't remember that? Was it a different group using the same software? You're getting mad.
Yo.
I don't know what's happening over there. Did you dummy it?
I'm over here fucking with TF, Travis, and Floyd. I'm on the box.
Hey, fuck y'all. Hey, my arm hurt.
How you doing? Bro. Come on, chill.
Fuck the police. I gotta go back to my house. For what? I ain't did nothing.
Man, you been looking for me. What I do? Got the gun? It's a wrap.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides was on Trippz, nigga. Gang banging that Trippz shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shades. My peoples, it was right behind, and they no nigga pulling up for no new red. It was cool to the gang raid. Now these tough guys just never act right. Lucky fill a whole bathtub, let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted on the bad guy, got some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black ice. We still pack cannons at shack size. Niggas swear that they're the man. Another light skin brother, like, really what you talking about?
I don't get it. Is this like the one channel you're allowed to view without violating your parole or something?
I ain't trust anybody that'll walk around. Rock kind, only reason that they popping out. Niggas
I'm only checking to see what weirdo shit he's putting on there.
Gang. Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas I got waiting for the startup. D-Rose and they ain't even put us got a not one person goes out for the city, got a mainstream level. Talk about a top size product. Some niggas they ever seen a bite that is hot up. Knock me out and mad that I got a TTCP ring like a nigga just a product. Think he's styling on you cause you seen him in his product. Big gun bust from a nigga like a manga. Party next door, I need a shot in a park. Tell Jay Prince I don't give a fuck, yo. Fighting for a rap with a cut though. Quitting in a round and a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush though.
I'm blued up, I'm chewed up. For the F43G, I'm chewed up. Any nigga that really want it, I'ma bomb it. 32 shots,
I'm loading YouTube. You look at YouTube, everybody does.
Know the heavy truck. We give bullets, but niggas don't give any bucks. And I can't auto, but I'll show you how to sell me buck. Type of strap you may need to get rid of me. Really take headshots. So who's killing me? You ain't normally banging in these streets. Got heat from the west, but I'm banging in the east. Nigga, crip. I rep a gang that you never been a part of. I put that on my mother, then I put that on my daughter. If you just one of my brothers, then your blacks gotta shine up. I'm like Welvin, yelling out God, so you ain't gotta ask Biggie Smiles who shot him. I got a Biggie pump, got a perk when I pop up. Had to move work in the slums just to guap up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. The stocks roll so for Lacho get signed up.
One of your parents would have had to be black.
The stocks roll so for Lacho get signed up.
And if you're unfamiliar with what's going on here, we're getting harassed over and over and over, non-stop, lately by a sex offender that lives in the fucking building and his buddies. Thinks he's a genius. They all do. All child rapists think they're smarter than everybody. They think they're smarter than children too, which is weird. What you are is scary to a child. That's all.
I'm over here fucking with TF.
Showing how much pain you can inflict on them. Again, not starting the same track 30 times in a row. We've been down that road. So whatever you're doing to the SoundCloud player, if you keep it up, we'll just go offline.
Man, you been looking for me. What I do? Got the gun? It's a wrap. I'm over here fucking with TF, Travis, and Floyd. I'm on the block.
Did I just say no till you pick the one that it should be on? You pick the one you figure it should be on. I'm not going to tell you how many times I pressed it.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. What you want to do?
You could fuck off. You're just demonstrating that you're not a hacker. You know, the Russians don't do that shit. If they don't know for sure what's happening on their end, they just don't do it. You're dumbass. You get sucked into admitting you're fucking doing what you're doing. You prove it. If I berate you, you dump data on my route. So I keep berating you, it keeps happening. And then you lose your IP address, whatever the ISP does, you new IP address. You can't figure out if that's actually working or not unless I give you a play-by-play. So you gotta act. All I'm really doing is demonstrating to everybody else in the world people are useless or not using this shit. Not acting.
Play some aim and niggas above the button. Hard in the paint, no path of fucking no. Repack and flip that, pick that shit up. Only other hot shit is a stick up. Never a 9 to 5, cause I ain't got no day job. From the slums to the home. When you play hard, you don't wanna see the
pedophiles to fuck off and we beat them up. Then we started selling drugs.
Come down the max for the UC. Heard niggas saying, but they wanna make traps with us. Before that, didn't even crack to us. Going hard in the booth.
You wanna know how all these different bitch people live together now? While the so-called good people don't bother us for doing what they say it's doing. They see what we're doing and who we're doing it with. We're taking your fucking money.
I ain't finished my fair share yet, but I aired
they know you step out of line even once and we'll just work you on the spot. They know you're a bad set of people. All you are.
Didn't think I was capable. 4-5 pints on my heart isn't traceable. You niggas gon' ride something like a flat tire.
When it's free, you go through every fucking thing I put out. But they don't learn it.
Great job, make them spit through the wire. And you don't supply shit to a buyer. I'm the king.
So if you're wondering, I've never worn shirts ever in my life that come to here, ever. The tan line is not a tan. I'm gonna keep pointing out. You guys get to run around saying, I'm back, we're not.
So we finger fight match, so we
like 6 fucking
inside out.
individuals now. Pulling out of the media headlines.
Till I tell them sit down. Stomach on the ground, hands behind your back, and your blood over. When I'm digging in your pants, give me that in your grip. All for the rest. He said, check the weed, leave the cash. What? I'ma do him dirty, Mad Max. Do it, niggas get back. Bitches get smacked and get smacked. Face down when I'm breaking her back. Yo, we got metal like a rap, made a name in rap. I ain't setting it for trap, yes. Yo, I'ma need me a bag of that C-O-L-T. Carved in my rack, cold steel unstolen. Stereo scratch, sleep on my actions. Stop the madness, I'm real up, get it gone. Mad shit, they can't go sleep like I don't got a night show. Tell your ain't class, didn't see wrong. Now run a bottom close. I ain't doing wrong, but I'm clear blood strong till it drips on my palm. Till it tiny dangerous and no to me arms crossed dangerous. Sicker than cars, I ain't famous, but I'm a hood star. I'll snap, crack, pop like Keller. I'll snap, run, duck, just hide when I let off. Run man in the mask, man in the act, man with the strap to your man's vision black. With the phone dog and hot snap, OGs for YG, scroll clap, we clap. Do you come and try me? 70s and 90s, been moving grimy. Rush till it's
magically working fine now. You call the pedophile 30-40 times in a row and realize I'm going to keep saying it till you fuck up and you fucked up.
So we ain't in the lower
fucking threats and you fucking fat
back on my bullshit, these punks that I grew with, acting like the truth. No cash making me ever switch sides. Or babble to the Jakes, almost get my guns fried. My mind's fried. See, I don't give a fuck. Skank it with a YG. Guarantee we hit them up. Take a nigga slut. Man, you know me. Never look back. Since my first pack in OGs. Pack nigga. Plus I get busy with these OGs. Screaming Southside, outside. Fuck all the police. Fucked up when I nip 1.5 a beef. Snakes selling cop chops. Now you owe me 10 J degrees. Till I go to sleep. Kill you for the ABK. The marksman. Super fun. What the fuck's a murder one? Bad news if you run into the DBS. All I do is give one nod and he breathes the text. then he breathes the tech. All I do is give one nod, then he breathes the tech. We the Canadians got the shooters behind me. OGs so wide, the 70s and 90s. So don't sleep, no, nigga, we are what? Won't matter who it is, bound to get the job. We the Canadians got the shooters behind me. OGs so wide, the 70s and 90s. So don't sleep, nigga, we are what?
Don't learn until you tell them 1,000 fucking times. You're going to fucking die. You are not God or immortal. Raping children don't cure you of whatever. That's not how it works, dog. Whatever weirdo shit that you presented as a mental illness to get refugee status, nope. No, you're a fucking refugee, bro. There's no way you're from here. Which means you fraudulently obtained citizenship, which means it can be revoked, which means you can be sent back to a place where they give you a forced sex change and rape you for your punishment and treatment. You're the dumbass playing this game. Please keep dumping on the router. You got both devices stopped. Wow. And what will happen if you ruin this for me right now? I'm going to go outside and your dumbass will be there. What do you think will happen, dumbass?
I just want to kick it with you.
Alright, cool. I'm over here fucking with TF Travis and Floyd. I'm gonna block him. Drinking. Stay on the phone.
Hey, fuck y'all. Hey, my arm hurt.
How you doing?
You all right?
Bro. Come on, chill.
What the police? I gotta go back to my house. For what? I ain't did nothing.
Man, you been looking for me. What'd I do?
Got the gun. It's a wrap.
Well, the Cardios pick. If you stop, it doesn't technically qualify as a lawful command, which did what he wanted.
I done homicides just on Trippz, nigga, gang banging that Trippz shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shades. My people, it was right behind, and then no nigga pulling up in no new rave. It was cool to the gang raid. Now these tough guys just never act right. Blood can fill a whole bathtub, let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted, I'm a bad guy. Plus some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black eyes. We still black tennis at shack sites. Niggas said it ain't a man. Brother, like, when you talking about? Niggas say you in the can. Try to kill him on the track, let the people still chop him up. I ain't just anybody that'll walk around. Pop kind, only reason that they popping up. Niggas skins on my shoes like crocodiles. They know they fucking with me like a pocket dog. Gang. Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas like that waiting for the startup.
Yeah, the idea is they're making me get up on over like I'm some tired old man that can't get up. These are old motherfuckers.
Not me out mad that I got him. TCP
They are known sex offenders. They have offended already. They've already crossed the line.
Next door, I need a shot in the park. Tell Jay Prince I don't give a fuck, yo. Frontin' for a rat with a cut, though. Quitting in around in a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush, though.
Yeah, for some reason, the sex offenders get a $10 cable internet phone package.
I'm screwed up. Right. F4PG, I'm screwed up. Any nigga that really want it, I'ma find it. 32 shots and skeletons up the closet. You don't wanna be back down with your belly up. 4 double law niggas hopping on the heavy truck. We give bullets, but niggas don't give any fucks. Now King Otto, but I'll show you how to semi-buck. Type of strap you may need to get rid of me. Really take headshots. So who's guillotine? You ain't know I really bang in these streets. Got heat from the west, but I bang in the east, nigga. Crip. I rep a gang that you never been a part of. I put that on my mother and I put that on my daughter. If you just one of my brothers, then your blacks could have shot up. I'm like Welvin, yelling out Gotham. So you ain't gotta ask Biggie Smalls who shot him. I got a Biggie pump that'll work when I pop up. Had to move work in the slums just to guap up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. It's locks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. It's locks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up.
I might die for this shit, nigga. I done homicides just on.
Oh, there it is. It's not often to find me say that. Come on, make it take 10 fucking minutes to switch to the next track, bro.
I hate the way that they look at us. I hate the way that they said. I hate the way that they look at us. I hate the way that they glare. I hate the way that they look at us. I hate the way that
That's
they
geometry.
stare.
Those are my
I hate
eyelids.
the way they
Well, I
look
can see
at
you.
us.
I know you don't understand that. I know no matter how many times I
Yo,
show
I
you this,
keep
you
my
won't
shit
catch the
tucked on
drift.
the
You're still
inside.
gonna
These
try.
fellas, they have overseen.
Look, your eyes are closed. Which I don't understand the meaning of that either.
Sometimes I even have to discuss
You showed me 30,000 pictures of me with my eyes either closed or attempting to show me my eyes closed. I blinked 3 times.
The things I say and what to say makes me mortified. I can't help it. Sometimes it's
My
time
best
to
friend's
divide. I have
or
to
they're going
bring
back.
that's a deal
Frame by
simplified.
frame.
Speak on the issue,
Let's see
I am
on the YouTube. I don't know
unqualified.
what
But the
ends up
people
on
heard
the
what I do
actual
and they reply. The comments that made this shit have an upside. And those same comments make me feel satisfied. So here's mental health with my stalified. It isn't great and it shouldn't be glorified. But here it is 100% verified. I hate the way that they look at us. I hate the way that they stare. I hate the way that they look at us. I hate the way that they glare. I hate the way that they look at us. I hate the way that they stare. I feel, sometimes it makes me feel like a imbecile when I can't recognize my own mother's face. This when there ain't no way to cover face. It's when I wanna go back to the young time just for me to pursue.
An impasse here. I can't hear the sound from the phone, but I can hear anything. Oh, there we go. I hear my voice. Genius. 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 Use my voice. Come on, keep it up. Keep it up. So apparently, idiot is switching back and forth from watching to hitting this box to hitting that phone and just going ape shit, trying to switch between them. And I guess every minute or so he's got to unplug his phone line or something, whatever the fucking deal is. Yes, so if you didn't know, every cell phone, not just so-called smartphones, it has got a browser of some type. It's got internet protocol shit. It'll respond to certain commands off the internet, whether you want it to or not. Wow, that's so long it was extended. What happened, bro? What did you do to the fucking... What was the purpose of that, bro? I've now burned a whole hour telling you to fuck off. You act like you're gonna get under my skin. Remember, you start with me because, yeah, keep it. I'm just leaning here. I'm not touching anything. So this freeze, 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 as if the system's overloaded, don't make no sense, God. What happened to the music? It's gone, man. So who made the operating system? The same company, right? So let's not have that argument. What do you think you're making me late for, dog? Like, what do you think will happen if this video's 8 hours long instead of 8 minutes? Like, what? Like, you see, when the joint is not burning anymore, it's there. It's like a tank of fuel. I know you people don't understand that because you don't even understand how your phone battery works. But yeah, keep it up. Every time you think I'm giving it inputs, I guess that's supposed to make me think either the thing is garbage or I'm too stupid to use it, right? Yeah, I lean towards the mouse and somehow that input to the machine overloads it. All right. Come on, Chomo, hurry the fuck up. It was running and just stopped dead. Okay, well, I guess it is a different way. Oh, wait 4 minutes for that. You'll notice it doesn't do what I gave it to think possible that shouldn't be happening is happening. Keep it up. Keep it up. Guys are diverging in a weird way. The CCD sense. And it's the camera's up here. It's not here. It's up here. I know you don't understand, but you fucking. Come on, Chomo. Come on. Done? Holy fuck. No, you can do it again. Okay. Wow. The creative pedo hacker, or whatever the fuck you call yourself. We've been at this about 3 minutes now. I'm gonna round it up. 3 minutes. Chrome isn't responding. Close app or wait. That's the I can't. Well, it's right in the middle. So let's see if I can. Damn it. There it is. Somewhere in there. Yeah, the people that designed this flash message also designed the browser and the website. They put everything stacked over each other, but it's still not centered. How the fuck did you do that? So I'm around that up to 4 minutes now. Put up. Every time I look down, it seems like my eyes are closed. That's almost the same thing, but they're showing me my eyes closed thing don't mean anything. Or die with it. What the fuck was that? Did you see my head twisted there? It's supposed to bother me. What is that? You're gonna break my neck. Your connection's unstable. Yeah. We can call that 5 minutes now. No viewers. Oh God. Damn. Yes, up and down is here. Holy shit, you're creative. Hey, YouTube, why do you keep handing this fucking pedophile my IP address? I just want to know, within seconds, every day for fucking 6 months, 3 months now, 90 days, whatever. You obviously are giving him the IP address, so I'm going to call that 4.5 minutes. Are you fucking done, stupid? Jesus Christ. And oh, I don't need any of that, do I?
Yeah, hunger driving my motivation, no tolerance, running short of patience, get golden, not collect money. That's the shit that got me dreaming robberies. Some pops left it with the thoughts that bother me. Got a problem, load the weapon, that's how you solve it, what it talks to me. Every time my face don't bother me, put me in the direction where the bottom be.
No, what backdoor access you have to the fucking website. How long it took to switch the song?
This is all we know, so gotta be right, or maybe it's left, but it's all we got left. Not bitch on our last breath. Truly, peace and love to the ones that know me and fuck the rest. I mean it, and she know. But I walk up this door, it might be for the last time. They say the stars bring the brightest right before they die. That's why I tell her I love her just in case the day my day to shine. Father, forgive me for I sin, and I feel I probably sin again. Tell me whose blood is this on my hands, cause I can't remember. And when my night go, I let stay in the room.
My thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it.
If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. All my thugs, better be ready to die for it. If you want it, better be ready to die for it.
That early morning hustler shit, cocaine in the pot, stir it till it's thick, throw some ice in the mix and shock it. That's how you rock that shit. Now here comes the magic trick, abracadabra, bitch. The song disappears quick as your baby mama's welfare check. This the life, yeah, fuck you pay me. I brought the bitch with me just to show you why I ain't playing. All the goons in this motherfucker know what I'm saying. Bet the streets gon' feel me. Know these cops still wanna kill me or confine me. But first you gotta find me, so confine me. You bitch ass, punk ass cops, y'all can kiss on my cock. This is something that you'll never stop. Every bump of these tracks, even after a lot, even after my heart stops. I'm here to teach the next generation to say fuck the cops. Same way I was taught, yeah, same way I was taught.
5 times in a row you're within this freeze frame effect. You keep locking on, showing me my eyes, as close as they can possibly show me. I don't see what the purpose is doing. I can tell you that's nothing to do with that or sleep. Put your threat in the chat box if you tried last time.
You want it, better be ready to
Hold the
die
gun
for
on me and all the other stupid. Keep it up. To get the track to play. Okay. This is how you spend your days.
You should be saying the heat bag.
Someone explain why we do shit like this? Wow, bro, you're obsessed. You're fucking obsessed. Holy shit. What do you think is gonna happen today on this fucking channel? What the secret you think's gonna come off and involve you? You spend your whole day just dumping on my ideas. This is what you do to little kids' smartphones and TV sets, right?
Hit the 13, 23 shit. On your shit talk, got you sticking in the sand quick. Run them up to get your punch though. Better hope we don't find where you hide.
Straight into the fire.
Kick the door in and by ourselves inside. Difference between me and you is that I'm a gangster that raps and you just gangster rapping, dog. Doing that surprise when it happens. My homies know
the phone stopped 2 minutes ago. How come you don't know that? You're still trying to tell me the phone. Obviously.
Handle my business, the fuck with me is a guarantee death wish.
This is the level of wasteland that I'm supposed to be afraid of. All day picking somebody's blood. Still waiting for you to steal my identity or something.
Yeah. I think you're thinking I'm one of those guys that let shit slide. Not dog when I walk up or drop by. I'm all about a homicide. My finger itches just to pull the trigger. Your finger itches just to pull the finger. I'm a hustler every day up on my grind. You must be out your mind talking like you hold the tech not to take lives. Yeah, you live in a fantasy, knowing in reality. Maybe you just don't know who you're fucking with. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is the Kid.
It's up and I know who you are.
From this range, only take one shot to kill. Yeah, I promise blood to spill. Hit the curb quick. Why you holding the gun with shaky hands, acting all nervous? Could it be that inside just a little bitch? Maybe just a little bit.
This 2-inch wide stripe with bright light on the screen. Anybody anywhere near the TV will see it. What is the purpose? So I know you're going to people's TV sets to watch the kids laughing. Why would you be so obsessed? You're pissed off about something. All I did was post a link about solar wind. Onto your devices. You can't get rid of that. He's the only bandwidth of the two kids. I don't mean we're not doing some nice.
Even though she keep the date, won't be long till she relapse. All day long, I walk around with a target on my back. Like, kill me if you can. I'm in the shadow, ducking and dodging the pad. Crack that bottle, let me go again. Buy the ticket, take the
ride. All my homies down the ride. Black flags held high. Till the day we die with some monsters on the ride. Apocalypse now. Open up and shut them down. You just a fucking clown. For you, I wouldn't even spare around. And I pull the box, cut this out, and show you what I'm about. Stick it in your neck and watch the blood pour. That's me. I said I pray, but the devil's out. I said I pray, but God don't answer me.
My life I live it, been fucked since I was 10, bitch. Just asking questions about my life, I make a suck dick. Dug quick, bubbles in corners, fast like running. Back lanes, fast across the lawns, some early mornings. Gotta make the money dirty, cause my hands are never clean. And my brother taught me fuck. Surfing at 13, got that gang like mentality, it's a chill off thing. If you fucking with the kid, you never wake from the street. See, I pray to the sky, hoping God would answer me. Instead, the devil reply with open arms, embrace and capture me. Set me down the path of coming back. Someone set me free. Somewhere along the way, there's a price to pay. Then I'll taste the feet. Staying loyal to the streets, and my brother's locked down. Holla, make you bow down, bitch. Hit the ground like a robbery, no sound, no witnesses to be found. Like a murder scene, nobody round, no witnesses to be found.
I pray, but God don't answer me. I said I pray, but the devil's all I see. I said I pray, but God don't answer me. I said I pray, but the devil's all I see. I said I pray.
So I don't know what the game is. So you're gonna do it over and over until I point out that it worked, right? Like, so what? Up and down. So what? I don't give a fuck. There's no thing.
Yeah. King like Frank is the kid. Yeah. Goddamn, you killing a man. You killing a man. Then you drop. Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Ain't nothing stop my shine. Lost it all today, but I'm feeling fine. Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine. Dug your brain, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. If you fuck, lean in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. Fuck, bang, you get fucked. If you miss the fucking thing, the person don't get to my fingers. I'm released, the love in the cup, I'm looking up because it's all with the hammer. This is like great, it's big on me, it's speaking and talking that bitch, simply, you see, you're trying to shake it, the middle, but really, you live, you live in it, take you right in the voice. But it's not moving, it's taking the voice, and see you up with the poison, taking more venomous, in the face with blood. All your motion, bringing the potion, shit, I'm gonna know, so she blazing up, pushing the box, making it make it fun, no good faces on.
My mouth works, now you're mad. Up and down. So what? Nobody cares. Everybody knows this. So this is a live stream. You didn't understand. You didn't hack into my camera with me talking to myself. I started it on purpose. Since I said the other side of the street, it would have been.
I can feel the devil creeping and I heard once my soul laid the morning trying to fight it. Be already got a hold, got a pocket full of cash, black rag by my side. It's gang life on me and we all down the ride. If you're up in the sky, if you riding like you keep spit the demons in the dark. Never try to see. Got the status of a red dog, chop us off the tip and hard. Gamble with the scene of roll the dice and number 4. You got it with the beat. Had to put me in that. Now we're rolling with my gang like brothers and we out to get. Yeah, yo, got me tripping and the whiskey got me tripping and the moments on my drops. Yo, I'm bound to catch you slipping. But I'm a popping up the pill, hoping there to make you chill. My team and talk good, say you kill yourself through the fucking ground. You won't blow up by the ounce, poured off a line, your number 20, you a fucking mouth.
It's very convenient for people that set me up in order to get the contracts and millions of dollars. Are the people who decided to move this in here and start telling them things about me?
I'm looking over my shoulder, watching the police. I'm paranoid, these cops are steroids, fingers and triggers just itching to squeeze. Yeah, the devil's on my back, trying to break me. And I ain't talking to God lately. I feel like heaven is forsaking me. This gun, all it does is check me. I just crack the bottle, won't be long until it's empty. Oh, Mary Jane, won't you help me fly away? I don't want to feel the pressure and pain, but somehow I'm always stuck out in the rain. Me and you, we are not the same. I do more to make the track bang. I'm in the cut with a crack slang. Yeah, mama raised the tyrant. Ever since a child, I've been captivated by the violence. My eyes closed, don't hear the sirens. The coke and the pirates, we riding like the sun on the horizon. Don't in the cut. You fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. You fuck, bang, bang, you give a fuck. Good, cocaine, in the cut. Don't lane in the cut. If you fuck with my gang, you get bang, you get fucked. Fuck, bang, bang, you get fucked.
I'm gonna show you some of the jumpsuit I'm not gonna buy. They just fired 1,000 people.
Pact with you. With the gods as our witnesses, let us pledge that the winner will allow the loser all the proper funeral rituals. There are no paths between lions and men.
What you know about this gang, my boy? I'm a soldier, hitting up the motherfucking cell. Independent patient, don't scare me. So throw the fucking way on the scale. There we go, now we on the streets, pushing the fish scale. If you wanna fuck with me, I'll run up and hit it alone with empty shells. Yeah, fuck it, when it's on, I had your mama crying buckets. So now you know I'm a hustler. Yeah, I'm the kid, the candy. No, the jokes is a young blade. If you really want me to, I'll hold it out. Leave you there on the ground, hold it out. Down slow, and I drove till I go. Now he is looking all alone. Hoodie up, head down. You can tell what you're looking at me, don't fuck around. Oh yeah, we just like the fire. So my weed is getting me by. Drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. Smoke my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by. Drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. Smoke my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by. Drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by. I let the liquor in my system separate in my brain. Feel like I'm floating on the cloud now. Drifting away, a couple bottles at a day. Help me get through the day. Sitting outside of my body, finding my soul is awake. In the distance, I have my dad always yelling my name. Sometimes I see it, talk to him, he be calling insane. Searching for robbery victims in the dark alleyways. We real gang members living in the streets, so in the back. We the reason why the technical suited up full rate. Who's the reason why the city has a high crime rate? Keep the facts separate, always ready to spray. Liquor taking over my system, got me loading the gates. So now I'm drunk driving, going up like 80 on man. Seen the judge flick about me, so I'm speeding away. Turning off with a busy road to take us through the gutter lanes. Get me so in the cage. So my weed is getting me by. I drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by.
Package at 2.9%.
Yeah, it's getting me by. I drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. So my weed. Yeah, it's getting me by. I drink my liquor. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by. Yeah, it's getting me by.
Kilometers per hour out of the northeast today. Guaranteed high 8 degrees will drop to -6 for the low. It'll be partly cloudy tonight. And then for tomorrow morning, the wind chill, -11. It's cold as it feel like with that wind, but really good. And lots of sunshine Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 14. Welcome spring, highs near 12. And Thursday, cloudy, gusty southeasterly winds. Still some light rain showers and forming clear to 2 degrees there. 3 at 6 degrees. Our guaranteed high today. Coming up at 9 o'clock, there's new pandemic modeling reveals about what the next few weeks in the GTA and more people are now eligible for the COVID-19 trying drug region.
When we having fun through a rose on the casket, time to move on. This is where I'm from, a place of no return. I didn't block where the cracks are. Yeah, it's cold signs to the boulevards. I know that's coming, I'm just waiting my turn. Yeah, I'm drunk, sipping in it, yo, bro. Count pennies like ball hard. Yeah, I'm Shaq with the crack bar. Turn your baby mama's crib to a crack spot. From a block away, get a chopper spray. Better watch what you say, cause you can end up with some cells in your back. Like, where I'm from, it's the only way there is. Shit, make you money, never slow and rock in your life. True hustlers, boy, stand up. Ride or die, shit, I know this ain't no way to live. Where I'm from, it's the only way that I know. This ain't no way where I'm from. It's the only way that I know.
You can watch these on YouTube. Still come on 680 News, another violent quarter for Canadian cannabis company will have the business report. Princess Margaret All Moderate Region one big project after another, all in support of Princess Margaret Cancer Center. Go online and check out the grand prize show home in King City. Part of the $7 million grand prize is the biggest grand prize ever. The prizes this year are simply
breaking them off. I get the rocks follow when I'm taking it short. But if I see them cops follow when we shaking them off, the kid is living in chaos. The chambers with ball. The anomalous, we dangerous. Doors walk, let it bang. And we walk in our cages. Slang every day till we walked in our cages. Walking my way, and you drop and you great bitch. Walking your name till you're lost to the pavement. PK, off on the straight in my profit to say that your carpet's a pace and I'm heartless, crazy, I'm lost in my brains. If we walk with you can't stay on to dangerous. I know this ain't no way to live where I'm from.
Now the news business report. Here is Mike Apple.
Catherine, Canadian cannabis companies continue to gain market share and see improved sales, but they also continue to lose money. The latest to report earnings this morning is HEXO Corporation out of Ottawa, which had a loss of $20 million in its latest quarter, even as the revenue or sales nearly doubled compared to a year ago. Now, a $20 million loss is nowhere near what this company lost last year in the same quarter of $298 million in red ink. Still, the revenue at $32 million is up from $17 million in the same quarter a year ago. But the company's stock price has surged over the past year. HEXO's share price is up 364% over a 12-month time frame, and indicated this morning just about $10 per share on the TSX. Also had earnings in late last night from convenience store operator Alimentation Couche-Tard, the operator of Circle K Convenience, and others saying that it saw the effects of a slump in gasoline sales in its latest quarterly earnings. Now, those gas pumps in many of the convenience store locations. Couche-Tard had EBITDA earnings of $1.2 billion, which was below estimates. And the sales results also below target. Share price at $41 a share at the TSX. TSX coming off what was a record-breaking Wednesday. The Dow also set a record, as did the S&P 500. Will we see that kind of performance today? Probably not. Now, I say that somewhat hesitantly because the Dow Futures Index right now is down just 3 points. So we could see, in fact, the blue chips climb again or not. We'll play it by ear today. The price for oil down 70 cents, at 63.93. That's a 5-day slide for oil, longest string of losses for the energy market in a year. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
Good night news. Good night stress. Good night miniseries about chess. Good night to emails, Zoom calls, and binge watching fashion hauls. Good night to work and to play. I'm finally putting my phone away.
There's more keeping us up than ever, but a good night's sleep is one of the best forms of self-care. This World Sleep Day, Sleep Country invites you to take the sleep promise and commit to small steps to improve your sleep and well-being. Share yours with hashtag #MySleepPromise. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country.
After it's over, the real game begins. The game you don't see. An intimate look at the setbacks and mental challenges experienced by pro athletes and how they have worked on their overcome them. On the ice, on the field, or in your day-to-day, you'll learn ways to manage your own mental health and fitness and establish a self-care routine. The Mental Game, in partnership with Movember. Watch the full series now at sportsnet.ca/thementalgame.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Walmart.
Walmart is saying hello to spring with so many rollbacks on everyday essentials. Save $1 on Delissio Rising Crust Pizza. Now only $4.87. Walmart. Save money, live better. In Toronto, it's 9 o'clock.
This is 680 News. It's Thursday, March 18th. Good morning. I'm Paul Cook.
I'm Catherine Jete. Here's what's making news right now. COVID cases in the early next new modeling focused on variants.
York Region becomes the first area in the GTA to expand its...
The Maple Leafs will have company. It's out in the north. Once tonight's games are done, we'll explain. And the NCAA tournament begins
for their health for go to school right now. You can say so because we know we told ourselves.
Trade this morning. The Dow could set a record. We'll see. It's currently break even on the stock futures contract. Details of
well, eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. The right lane still blocked off. They're doing repairs after an earlier crash, and it's jammed from east of Guelph line to approaching Highway 25. After that, it's still heavy approaching Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road, busy through Dixie and the collectors. Westbound on the 401 delays west of Brock Street to approaching Salem, from Markham Road Express west of McCowan collectors to Kennedy, from the 404 to west of Leslie Express, and delays approaching Mavis Express west of Mavis collectors to approaching Mississauga Road, from the 680 traffic center. Kyle Hawking.
No problems on the southbound 400. South of Shepherd have now cleared. It's still slow from south of Finch to south of Shepherd. On the south 404 Don Valley, volume Elgin Mills to south of Major Mackenzie, and Finch to south of Lawrence. No major delays or problems on the southbound 410. If you're on the eastbound QE and Gardner, delays often on Guelph line to Ford Drive, east of Park Lawn to east of Dufferin. And the problem is northbound 427 approaching Burnham Thorpe, and the express is cleared. That delays improving, but still slow on the approach there. Next reported 9/11, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
The showers moving on out. A mainly cloudy, windy day for us today. Right now, that wind gusting out of the north-northeast up to about 40 kilometers per hour. 2 degrees and cloudy. Some light rain showers drizzle at Pearson 3 at 680 News. Today's guaranteed high 8. 680 News time 9:02.
And the U.S. have been extended until at least April 21st. As Minister of Public Safety ago.
Bill Blair says Canada will continue to base its decisions on the best public health advice available to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19.
This is 680 News. As pandemic restrictions roll into a second year of our lives, new modeling from 2 of the province's universities reportedly indicates with the new variants, we're likely in for a tough April. 680's Jamie Pulper joins us live with the latest as we await tomorrow's decision from Queen's Park on whether there will be an easing of public health rules here in Toronto and in Peel. Jamie.
Yeah, Paul, we know Toronto and Peel have been the epicenter of COVID in Ontario. Tomorrow, the province decides if those pandemic restrictions will be lifted from gray zone to red. Now, both want to stay gray with some modifications. Toronto Mayor John Tory on Breakfast Television.
Red, gray, and how gray with modifications. You know what that would be? That would be a color.
Sooner than next week, but it's certainly any change that happens, if there is a change, and there is no decision on that could happen next week, yes.
That would be.
The science, though, is scary. The Toronto Star reveals new modeling from the universities of Waterloo and Guelph, and it projects 3,800 cases a day in the province by early next month, more than triple what we're seeing now. much worse than the peak of the first two waves of this pandemic. Now, these projections are higher than predictions by Ontario's COVID-19 Science Advisory Table. Two waves of this pandemic. Now, these projections are higher than predictions by Ontario's COVID-19 Science Advisory Table, possibly because researchers in the UK. Reporting live, Jamie Pulver, 680 News. 680 News Time 9:04. York Region has expanded the demographic for appointments for COVID-19. Who can now sign up for the shot?
Residents here in York Region between the ages of 75 and 79 can now go online and book an appointment at one of 7 mass vaccination clinics in the region, including here at the Cordalucci Vaughan Hospital.
I think it's fantastic news.
Big time progress. It also means Michael's grandmother here in Vaughan in her late 70s can finally get her shot.
She can finally have peace of mind and she can finally go out and do the things she really wants.
It means you'll be able to go see her.
And I can't wait. She makes delicious food.
York Region has reached the point where it can start vaccinating younger seniors because it started 2 weeks earlier than other areas like Toronto, which opened its first mass vaccination clinics yesterday. All the info you need is on our 680 News website.
Maybe you'll get to see her.
At 05, talks are underway in Peel Region to put all students back to online learning. 680's Laura Carney has the latest.
Amid a rise in cases of COVID-19 in schools right across the province, officials from the Peel Public and Dufferin Peel Catholic School Boards are in talks with public health officials about the possibility of moving students to virtual learning until mid-April. They've circled April 19th as a possible return to school should the virtual switch happen, which would be right after the new spring break. Peel's Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Lawrence Lowe, says they'll be meeting with the school boards next week to reevaluate the situation.
We continue in discussions with our school boards and ultimately we'll issue recommendations and we'll continue to keep our community and our school system safe.
Currently at the Peel Catholic Board, 7 schools have moved to virtual learning. I'm Laura Carney.
680 News Time 9:06. Toronto General Hospital is dealing with a COVID-19 outbreak in its operating room. In a statement, the hospital says 4 staff have tested positive for COVID-19 over the past 5 days, but no patients are affected. The hospital says it has reached out to Toronto Public Health, and they've decided to keep the OR open. Control measures are in place to prevent further transmission of the virus. The risks of patients is considered extremely low.
This is 680 News. A former progressive conservative MPP is reportedly suing the province over its COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. The Toronto Star reports Roman Baber, who was ousted from caucus in January after writing an open letter opposing the lockdown measures, has now lost some of the Ford government's regulations, calling them unconstitutional. In his legal action, Baber says he is suing the Attorney General for the right to protest, pray, and gather outdoors. He argues the Reopening Ontario Act violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, guarantees of free association, free expression of ideas, and peaceful assembly. Premier Ford has stood behind imposing some of the most stringent pandemic measures in North America. Earlier this week, he said he will always listen to the chief medical officer and his team because they're the professionals when it comes to health care.
China has raised the stakes in the trilateral dispute involving the U.S. and Canada. In the case against Huawei and the 829 days, China's embassy has informed the Trudeau government the court case against Michael Spavor will start tomorrow and Michael Kovrig will be in court beginning Monday. 680's Mike Epple reports.
Michael Spavor will go to trial tomorrow in the city of Dandong, where he's been held in jail on the border with North Korea, while Michael Kovrig the request of the U.S. government on allegations of fraud and conspiracy. Now, while that extradition case drags on and Mung remains under house arrest in Vancouver, the two Michaels have seen harsh prison conditions to get Spavor and Kovrig released. But a White House spokesperson says that'll only happen following a full review of U.S.-China relations, and that could take up to 4 months. Mike Epple, 680 News.
So News Time 9:08, when the Maple
last night, putting them just 2 points back of the Leafs for the North Division lead, and they face each other tonight. So the winner of that game will be tied with Toronto.
This is a little bit of personal information. I don't know how much I should give, but according to the chest X-ray, there's definitely a viral infection going on in my lungs. So here's my question to you: how do you catch a virus when you're masking, when you're socially distancing, when you're buying delivery of groceries? Like, I've been doing everything right. How is it possible to catch a virus while you're doing all of these things that we've been told by public?
Question in general, and offline we'll talk about you. And right. Offline, measures that we take are really, really good at reducing the risk of catching a virus or another infection, but of course they're not perfect. Of course they're not perfect. Masking, physical distancing, hand hygiene, yeah, you're going to significantly reduce the likelihood of that. But remember, like, you have to think about every single thing you do every second of the day, right? You have to get lucky 100% of the time. The virus only has to get lucky once. And I can guarantee that 100% of the people on planet Earth are not perfect in protecting themselves against the virus 100% of the time during their lives. The other thing, too, is not all viruses are created equally. Some viruses are more easily transmitted through direct contact and touch. This one, COVID-19, is mainly through close contact and through breathing and close respiratory contact with other people, not through touch. But there's other viruses that you can get that can cause very similar symptoms, like rhinovirus. It's very common that you get that are rather resilient, and you can get them through touching, inanimate objects and touching your eyes, nose, or mouth. So, there's a ton of viruses out there, and there's a lot of different ways that people.
A lot of us are under the, we're just under the guise that we're just dealing with COVID-19 right now. We're not. It's so, I'm not saying I have COVID because the 2 tests came back negative, and I'm going to say that's probably correct, but clearly I've got something that's laid me low for about 2 weeks now, and I'm on the mend, so that's some good news. But let's tote the idea of, you're on the vaccine task force. We've got a doctor right now, in fact, the director of the science table of the province, who is right now calling for a strict 3-week on with Peter Sherman, who was filling in so graciously for me while I've been off earlier on in the week. And can I just play a clip from Dr. Peter Uni, who says we have to act now? Have a listen.
We just need to do the right thing, and we need to do it early because it's inevitable anyway. You can't just expect miracles and say, this will then go away. It won't go away. The longer we wait, the more pronounced it gets. Do we have definite signs of a third wave now? Yes, we do. Could we react now to avoid, that it gets worse? Yes, we can. And the point is now also that we need to understand that there's variation in the province. The most pronounced challenge we have now is really the Golden Horseshoe.
So he is saying that we need a 3-week lockdown in the Golden Horseshoe right now to stop those. First of all, where does the vaccine panel sit on this? And is there a huge divide between what you do and the science table?
So first of all, it's totally unrelated, right? We're developing policy to vaccinate people. That's all we do. We're not going to comment. Like, we're not designed or instructed to have any policy-related issues related to lockdowns. Like, our job is to basically figure out who should get vaccinated, how they get vaccinated, where they get vaccinated, and deal with those logistics. We wouldn't have anything to do with that. Having said that, I am often an invited guest onto the science table, and I sit on a bunch of other committees. And, Peter's a smart guy, and obviously I know him well, so full disclosure, it certainly has merit in the sense that we've got a growing number of cases throughout the province. We've got about half of the cases now, depending on the region you're in, are related to this B117 variant of concern. We know that that's more transmissible. It's just harder to keep that under control. Still can be kept under control. It's just harder to keep it under control. I think the real debate is, I know everyone shudders when they hear the word lockdown, but let's just call it how it is. Do you do a lockdown now to drive cases lower to buy yourself time for vaccine? Or can you somehow navigate the next few weeks, month or so, vaccinate like crazy, not lock down, but apply other regional measures, and maybe have to lock down if things don't work well? So either lock down now or maybe have to lock down later and see if you can navigate the next few weeks. I would never discount anything he says. He's a very smart guy. But of course, if you're a policymaker, you have to think about health, science, hospital resource, and take all that into consideration when you're making decisions.
Okay, but maybe I'm reading too much into your maybe. But it sounds
a lot of right paths. His approach is you lock down right now, and that's going to buy you time.
Okay, let's do
this. I'm not saying that's wrong. You can totally do that. This isn't going to be what decision makers are saying. But you can either lock down right now, start to blunt cases, buy yourself time to vaccinate like crazy. Okay, that's option one. Option two is continue to vaccinate like crazy, but you're still going to see a rise in cases. And maybe you can use other public health measures like selective closing, regional restrictions, boosting testing, pop-up testing centers, etc. And maybe, just maybe, you can avoid a lockdown. It does, and it's. I gotta say, you gotta be humble with this. It's hard to have a high degree of confidence. Like these are all. Everyone's making an educated opinion based on the data that we have available. And I'm not discounting what Peter said.
Well, and I think you're being fair when you say educated opinion, right? Because it's not like we're stabbing in the dark here. These are educated people. Using to the best of their knowledge, all the resources at their fingertips and advising based on that.
3 minutes of battery has anything at all to do with what the other guy said. It's not going to go away for doing all this. Doing all that shit doesn't change what happened.
And
some
idiot
ate a bat that wasn't cooked.
Saying, well, from an economic standpoint, maybe a 3-week lockdown now is less devastating than maybe perhaps a longer lockdown later on. I don't know the answer to that.
I just think it's going to drive more around, I got to say. I mean, we've got the situation in Toronto where they're saying that they're going to end up probably in lockdown a little longer, which is not something that anybody in the service industry wants to hear, especially because we know that people are getting haircuts in their kitchen. We just know. It's happening.
Really?
Yeah, and where's the contact tracing there?
Exactly. I'm with you all the way. I'm saying there's no one right answer. There's educated guesses. There's multiple approaches. And of course, like anything else, the nuance is important. And there's benefits and drawbacks for every single decision that we make.
All right, so let's get to a couple stories that I want to touch on here before I let you go. AstraZeneca, it's been greenlit for the use on Canadians over 65. Do we know which way the vaccine panel is going to be advising the government to go on AstraZeneca? Because there are some provinces that are saying, yeah, you know what, I know it's been approved for over 65, but we're just going to keep it at, under 65.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not going. I have two thoughts on this. Number one, I would hope that it is for everyone over the age of 60. I would hope that that's the
John State at 6:30, Appalachian State against Norfolk State at 8:40, and then UCLA, Michigan State just before 10 o'clock.
Faire l'avocat des uns et des autres, mais il y a certains pays, dont l'Arabie Saoudite, qui évoluent dans la bonne direction, et donc je pense qu'il faut les regarder dans cette direction. Puis il y a des pays qu'on croit qui sont dans la bonne direction, qui sont pas du tout dans la bonne direction. Les États-Unis de Trump, c'est pas dans la bonne direction. Les 70 millions d'Américains qui ont voté pour Trump pensent faux, et beaucoup d'entre eux sont extraordinairement dangereux parce qu'ils sont complotistes, ils sont racistes, ils sont ségrégationnistes, ils sont
stamping every single conversation. But based on what we know now, I think it's a very reasonable vaccine to carry on with. The WHO says that, Health Canada says that. Again, I can't say this enough. You have to timestamp our conversation. If there's more information that says we need to pivot, let's pivot. We don't know if it's related to a batch. We don't know if it's related to the vaccine. We don't know if it's related whatsoever. I'm watching this closely, and every regulator in the planet is watching this closely because there's a lot riding on it.
Right, but if regulators and people like you are watching it closely, what does that say to the people that have, what message is that sending out to the people that have booked a vaccine?
Right, exactly. You got to be very careful here. The messaging has to be spot on. You also have to put this in the appropriate context. You look at all the blood clots that have been reported. It's something like 30, 37 maybe, out of the 17 million doses that have been given in Europe. That's a 0.0002% risk. It's almost 0%. However, you still can't brush it under the rug. If there's even a very, very, very rare risk, we would want to know what that is and who gets it. And so it has to be framed in the appropriate context.
It's so close.
Today, we know that that's a 0.0002% risk. And again, that number might change with time. I just don't know enough, but I can tell you that the risk is negligible. But I'm watching this, as are all the regulators, as we should.
Yeah, as are we. And we'll pass on the information as soon as we get it, if we get any change of policy or, any information that our listeners should know about. Let me ask you that finally, Dr. Bogosh, there's this debate raging here. There are people divided on vaccine selfies, which are showing up on social media. So there are some people that are healthcare professionals that feel that if you post a selfie, it is a good way to promote and normalize COVID-19 vaccinations for people that might be hesitant. And there are other people that say, no, this is going to be a source of frustration and anxiety among people who haven't received the shot yet. Where do you sit on this?
I think both can be true, right? Both can be true. And I certainly think, there's some element of showing off, and that might backfire. But on the other hand, holy moly, when you see, let's forget, there's vaccine hesitant crowds. We know that. And vaccine hesitancy means a lot of different things. Some people will never get a vaccine. Some people are on the fence. But when you have someone like, I'll give you two examples, Mike Pence in the United States, Dolly, just calling it how it is and said with love and respect, many people that listen to those individuals, that follow those individuals, may fall into the vaccine hesitant crowd. And having someone that they might look up to, or that goes so far. Like, that is impressive. So, obviously, I think the selfies probably do different things to with different communities. But I think both can be true. I think sometimes it might be seen as rubbing it on other people's. It might be taken the wrong way. But I think those individuals, like Pence and Pardon, holy moly, I think that went a long way in doing a lot of good for the vaccine.
All right, well, Dr. Bogosh, it's a pleasure having you on. Thanks for giving me a little bit of insight into what I'm dealing with. I know you didn't really do anything that was, I know you're not supposed to be talking about someone's personal but we talked about it in a broad sense, right?
They're making up some sort of rule that doesn't exist, that she's not allowed to talk about her health. That's not a law. That's not a thing.
Oakville finance rates from 1.98% or cash incentives up to $7,000 on select 2021s. Visit AudiOakville.com for details. Next report at 9:31, and with the extended forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Mainly cloudy, bulk of the rain to the south. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees could exceed 60 kilometers per hour today. And again, that guaranteed high 8 will drop to -6 for the low. It'll feel like -11. Cooler tomorrow, 5 degrees, lots of sunshine and plenty of sunshine as we welcome spring Saturday. Highs on the weekend near 12 degrees, could hit 14 on Monday. Right now it's mostly cloudy too at Pearson 4 at 680 News. Today's guaranteed high 8. And because Jill, their guarantee yesterday, the jackpot climbs to $5,600.
Canada-U.S. land border closure is extended. A third wave worse than the first two for COVID case counts. That's what modeling from two of the province's universities is reportedly indicating we're in for. And also a new demo now eligible for the jab in York Region.
680 News Time, 9:23.
Everyday Canadians are buying homes and getting the wrong mortgage rates. Important announcement. If you have a home mortgage closing in the next 90 days.
Just looking at some volume and earlier problems all cleared away. Up in Stouffville, we've got some problems.
Au rythme de ces caprices qu'on appelle
Standard mortgages at 1.15% 5-year variable. To learn if you qualify, go to butlermortgage.ca now.
License number 12118, high ratio variable rate, APR 1.16%.
You're listening to 680 News. This portion of 680 News brought to you by Appliance Canada. Drake has set another record with the launch of his new
sales event. You can choose your own bonus for incredible savings. Join the Winner's Circle and lease a 2021 Rogue from $331 monthly. For full details on offers, visit Nissan.ca. 3.5% for 64 months with 0 down. Includes 1% My Choice rate reduction. Conditions apply.
Because of junk fairies like Charlotte, 1-800-GOT-JUNK can make junk disappear time, anytime.
Junk Fairy Charlotte reporting for duty.
I'll send you out on the very next call, Charlotte.
Remember to stay invisible.
Uh-oh, Brian. When you give advice to a junk fairy, they have to give you advice in return.
Never hesitate to treasure your towel for a handful of magic beans.
That is wonderful.
A junk to disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call
Never hesitate to trade what?
1-800-GotJunk.com.
For a handful of beans? She said some weirdo shit right there really quickly.
64% of Canadians say they plan to be vetted. Jab originates from the Scottish word job, which means a straight punch with a non-dominant hand. How did I know that? Oh, it's written in front of me.
The Morning Show, weekdays at 5:30 or anytime from Apple and Spotify podcasts. We are 640 Toronto.
Hello there, I'm Wolfgang Klein, Portfolio Manager with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management and host of Hi-Fi Radio right here on Global News Radio 640 Toronto. The good news, our show has been moved to 7 p.m. Saturday nights. Yep, we're moving up, as are our clients. Look, we're getting through COVID-19 and we're going to get through the next crisis. Managing money is simple, but it's not easy. The not easy part requires process. It requires foresight. It requires guidance, and it requires a steady hand. And that's what Jack and I provide. Listen to our show and check us out at wolfgangklein.com.
With the Daily Grand Lotto, you can win $1,000 a day for life.
Wait, every single day?
Yeah.
So I'd start liking Mondays?
Probably.
But everybody hates.
It'd be money day.
Mike Apple, what are we expecting today, Mike?
It'd be
We're
money
expecting
day.
some profit taking, Paul, as bond yields have gone up here substantially in the early trade on Wall Street and indeed Bay Street. The yield in the Treasury and bond market has troubled the tech sector of late, and that is going to show up this morning as the NASDAQ is poised for a drop right off the bat of about 1%, maybe more, as the stock futures have been significantly to the downside this morning. Heavyweights like Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, and several others set to give back some of yesterday's gains. Words for the TSX and the Dow at the close of trade Wednesday, but those two expected to pull back just a little bit in the early activity. Price for oil will drag on the energy sector as crude futures are now down 1.8%, dropping $1.17 at 63.43. Natural gas is down 3%. And this is the fifth day in a row that oil prices have dropped. And I'm also seeing wholesale gas come down just a wee bit. So I wouldn't be surprised to start to see the price of the pumps come down just a little bit as well. Gold is down $8 at $1,719 per ounce. Google's parent company, Alphabet, putting lots of money into cloud computing. Google says it is going to spend $7 billion to build all sorts of new offices and data centers in the U.S., some in California, some in New York State, some near Washington, and all of this is going to create upwards of 10,000 new jobs. And he says its theaters will pretty much all be open as of tomorrow in the U.S. See if there's any implications for Cineplex, which of course is nowhere near reopening theaters here, and whether or not Cineplex follows the AMC lead. Doubtful, but you never know. The Canadian dollar down 1/4 cent now, 80 1/3 cents U.S. The dollar earlier this morning was at a 3-year high, but quickly reversed course. Right now, the exchange still pretty good, $1.24.5. Dow futures down 44 points at the Business Center. I'm Mike Up.
Did you know that companies with a blog get 55% more web traffic and
Were there any
at this
signs?
juncture.
I think
Probably be a new start. He's talking about baseball, but it sounds like an all
based on the fact that people are called influencers because they have people following them on social media, I think we have to at least give a little credibility to the fact that if you post a selfie of yourself getting vaccinated, it might have a positive effect. It might actually inspire other people to, just like it would to buy the pants that you're wearing. I know it sounds odd, but there are people that buy clothes based on what other people are wearing. Hey, we've been doing it for ages. Like, it's just changed the way we see who's wearing what and why we want to wear it. It might inspire you to get vaccinated. So my question to you is a vaccination selfie something that irritates you, or does it inspire you? 416-870-6400. I would love to hear from you on this. Hey, Cam and Branson, why don't you start us off?
Hey, welcome back, Kelly. Hope you're doing
Thanks.
well.
Doing better, thanks.
We have to stop. We're breaking down into groups now and pitting Canadian against Canadian. Let's go by the numbers, 60 to 94 highest death rates. Let's get those people done at the same time, get the mobile units out. Amazon, UPS, FedEx. These are
completely missed the point. You know why they got the highest death? They don't have the immune response. It's not going to happen.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 18th. I'm Sarah Harris.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here's what's making news this hour.
As
As we await the latest batch of COVID-19 data, more scientists projecting a large third wave in the coming weeks. The Premier said vaccine deliveries for April. By the end of the second quarter, the country will have received more than 30 million doses.
Ottawa extends the ban on non-essential travel
Everybody in
between
Canada
Canada
can get
and the
vaccinated
U.S. until
5
at
times.
least April 21st.
And York Region residents between the ages of 75 and 79 can now sign up for their COVID vaccine.
The Jets and Oilers face off tonight. The winner will tie the Leafs at 40 points atop the North. And the first four is the TSX pulls back from a record high business at 56.
680 News Time, 9:31.
It's time for traffic and weather together all the ones.
This report brought to you by Leon's Furniture. An ongoing cleanup on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. We had that crash happen early this morning involving a transport which damaged a section of guardrail. So the crash itself has mostly been cleaned up, and now they're doing repairs to the guardrail in the area. So we've still got that right lane closed. It'll likely be a little while yet before they're finished. The eastbound 401 backed up east of Guelph line to approaching Highway 25. It is about a 4-kilometer backup on the approach. And then we have delays with volume east of Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road. But past that point, the east 401 is moving well. Westbound 401 still with a minor delay approaching Salem. And then as you approach Dixie in the collectors, we have the right lane blocked off by MTO crews. There's a street sweeper on the shoulder. They're just doing cleaning here. So minor delays as you travel past that. Also volume approaching Mavis Express to approaching Mississauga Road. And we had a volume delay on the southbound 400 heading through Aurora Road. The left lane is still blocked there for construction, but the delay is mostly gone. You'll find the south 404 in Don Valley still busy south of Finch to south of Lawrence. The eastbound QEW continues to improve as you travel out of Burlington into Oakville. Delays now from about Burloak off and on to Ford Drive, and then delays on the eastbound Gardner off and on again from Parkside to east of Dufferin. Debris cleanup on the southbound 427 and the 407 has finished. MTO crews have moved on. There is no delay left in that area. Avoid Black Creek and Eglinton, especially if you're going north or southbound on Black Creek. It's a single lane all ways, but it's heavy for north and southbound traffic. The Ultimate Super Sale starts tomorrow at Leon's. Take up to 50% off select sofas, queen beds, mattresses, and more. This weekend only. Visit leons.ca for details. Next report at 9:41, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
We could have some lingering showers, but most areas just mainly cloudy and windy today. A gusty wind out of the north-northeast. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees. Continuing windy for us tonight. Partly cloudy, -6 will feel like -11. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
All right, it's overcast right now in downtown Toronto and 2 degrees. Factor in a little bit of wind, feeling more like in conditions now at Pearson. 680 News Time, 9:33.
The federal government is providing an update on vaccine deliveries in Canada, with millions expected in the weeks ahead.
And with details from Ottawa this morning, our Parliament Hill reporter, Cormac McSweeney.
We already knew that Pfizer is expected to provide at least 1 million doses of vaccines each week, but now we're getting data from other drug makers. For AstraZeneca, we're expecting to receive over 1 million doses of this vaccine, and 8,000 more expected in May. That's the AstraZeneca shot produced in the Serum Institute in India, not the same vaccine that has been of question in Europe at the moment. Moderna next week, we're expecting just under 850,000 doses, but the drug maker has confirmed some April shipments, saying on the week of April 5th, they'll be sending just over 850,000, and then by the week of April 19th, another 1.2 million. In total, Canada will be receiving more than 30 million doses in the second quarter, which should provide enough shots to give every Canadian that wants one their first dose. In the second quarter, we're expecting 100 million.
The Canada-U.S. border is staying closed to non-essential travel until at least April 21st. Public Safety Minister Bill Blair making the announcement this morning. He says the federal government will continue to base its decisions on the best public health advice to keep Canadians safe during the pandemic. The border has been closed to all non-essential travel since March 21st last year.
680 News Time, 9:35. Well, the Premier is set to provide an update on the province's COVID vaccine rollout plan this afternoon, and this is we wait
wait to find out Ontario's latest COVID case count coming out in under an hour or so after seeing the numbers spike over the last couple of days. And 680's Alex Bloomfield here live with more on that. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Over 1,500 new cases yesterday and a rising test positivity rate. Another region pulled down the province's framework this morning. Ottawa going from orange to red. Some of the many indicators were in the midst of an upswing in a third wave, but how high will it go? Researchers at the University of Guelph and Waterloo now projecting it will surpass both the second and first wave peaks by early to mid-April, which is in line with some of the scenarios laid out by the province's science table last week as variant counts spike even as old strains wane. It has places like Peel Region considering moving schools back online, talks reportedly beginning last night involving Sir and both the public and Catholic school boards. Now on BT this morning, breakfast television, Mayor Tory was asked about the possibility in Toronto.
Not to my knowledge, we monitor the school system very closely. Toronto Public Health does, because in the end, the one thing we've been trying to do more so than anything else all the way through is protect the schools and keep them open.
Now, any third wave will be different than the first two in that a high percentage of the elderly are now vaccinated in this province. 58,200 shots given out in the latest reporting period. We'll get an update on that again in less than an hour, and the Premier will be updating the vaccine rollout from Hamilton at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Alex Bloomfield.
A younger demographic is now eligible to sign up for the COVID vaccine in York Region. 680's Carl Hansky is outside Vaughan's Cordalucci Hospital with the story.
Younger seniors here in York Region, aged 75 years and up, can now book a COVID shot at one of 7 mass vaccination clinics in the region, including the Cordalucci Vaughan Hospital here in Vaughan, where residents say the lowering of the age threshold shows progress is being made.
I think that's very good news. There's a lot of people that have family in that range who've been waiting for a while.
It gives us hope for the summertime that we can actually congregate and get together.
York Region is the first area of the GTA to expand its rollout of vaccinations because it started 2 weeks before areas like its first mass vaccination clinics yesterday. Appointments here in York Region can be made online or by phone. You can find all the info at 680news.com. In Vaughan, I'm Carl Hansky.
You're listening to 680 News. Well, the U.S. is going to reach a vaccine milestone today. 100 million doses given out.
U.S. President Joe Biden is set to meet his goal of delivering 100 million COVID-19 vaccine shots on day 58 of his term in office. The U.S. president had made the 100 million dose target a mandate within his first 100 days. The pace of shots given out daily has gone up to an average of nearly 2.5 million per day. Biden is scheduled to speak about the state of vaccinations later today and could now target 200 million shots by the 100th day. With the rapid rise in vaccinations, though, several American states have greatly reduced or eliminated restrictions, and the U.S. is still averaging around 50,000 new COVID-19 cases per day. Mike Apple, 680 News.
Well, the Raptors got some welcome returns to their starting lineup, but it wasn't enough in Detroit. Here's our Simon Bennett.
The Raptors lineup desperately needed this. 4 of the 5 players who had missed time due to health and safety protocols were once again available. That included the return of Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet to the starting lineup. But the beast of the Raptors, Norm Powell. This with the Raptors trailing by 6 late in the game.
Powell fouled on a 3-ball and a 4-point opportunity coming.
3 of his 43 to put the Raptors down by 3, but he couldn't hit from the line. This from the Pistons moments later.
Jeremy Grant's step-back jumper is good, and that'll ice the game.
The Raptors falling 116-112 for their 6th straight loss. Head coach Nick Nurse.
I think that they were moving okay. I think it shouldn't take them long to get it all back.
They faced the
680 News. Time 9:39.
We are virtually touring the Grand Prize Show home in King City, part of the $7 million Grand Prize in the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. And it's stunning. Just a reminder that the deadline for the $1 million bonus prize is just days away. Don't miss your chance to win a downtown Toronto condo plus $25,000 cash. Hurry, the $1 million bonus prize deadline is Friday, March 26th at midnight. Get your tickets before they're gone at princessmargaretlotto.com.
Now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro predicts the price will drop 2 cents at midnight to $1.24.9 cents a liter.
680 News time 9:40.
First and fast.
Breaking news when it happens on 680 News.
First, your disability insured denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insured denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
Hi, I'm Sherry Tabb, co-founder of the Herzig Eye Institute. Covered by a mask and unable to touch, we've never needed our eyes more. To see and read, but also to smile, connect, and take the place of a hug. Why let glasses, contacts, and cataracts get in the way? Say I've had it and come to Herzig. Google Herzig Eye Institute. Call us for a consultation. There's no charge. Herzig is prepared. You're protected. Look after yourself. Promise me.
680 News Time, 9:41.
Time for traffic and weather together all at once. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Purple Bricks. We've still got a cleanup on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. Crews have had the right lane blocked off since about 5:30 this morning, and it's for collision cleanup and guardrail repairs stemming from a crash involving a transport which damaged the guardrail quite badly. So you'll find delays as you travel towards the area, east approaching Highway 25. Where that right lane back up still. Then delays east of Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road. The only issue on the westbound 401 is minor. Approaching Dixie and the collectors, we still got the right lane blocked off by crews. There's a slow-moving street sweeper on the shoulder, cleaning off that shoulder. So just a slight delay on the way past. It does get heavier into Mississauga with volume west of Mavis Express to approaching Mississauga Road. On the southbound 404 Don Valley, delays from south of Finch to now approaching Lawrence, and at that point we have the left lane partially blocked with a collision. One vehicle involved has just left the scene under its own power, so I don't believe it's too serious, but we do have tow trucks on the scene, and it's adding to that volume on the southbound 404 Don Valley, which was already busy, this route. On the eastbound QE and Gardner, you'll still find delays as you travel through Oakville. It looks busy off and on from about Burl Oak to Ford Drive. It's not jammed, but it does slow. In fact, the heaviest section is by the Ford plant. That's the heaviest volume on this route. And then the eastbound Gardner with a slight delay over the Humber Bridge. And again, Jameson to east of Dufferin. Avoid Black Creek and Eglinton if you can, especially if you're going northbound or southbound on Black Creek. Single lane construction always, but it's especially heavy for north. Wondering what your home is worth in today's market? Book a free, no-obligation home evaluation with a local Purple Bricks realtor today. Visit purplebricks.ca. Next report at 9:51, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
The gusty and strong wind is back. It's out of the north-northeast, but it is on the mild side again today, at least above average. The guaranteed high 8 degrees. The average high is about 5. Mainly cloudy. For tonight, partly cloudy, continuing windy, and -6 will feel like -11. So a cold start to Friday. Lots of sunshine tomorrow, though, the high near 5. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
Right now in downtown, we've got overcast conditions and 3 degrees in the core. It's overcast in 2 out of Pearson. 680 News Time, 9:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute, live from the Business Center. Here's Mike Epple.
Hey, Sarah. Good morning. Good morning, Steve. We're looking at the Toronto stock market pulled back from records in the early trade this morning. Composites down 58 points at 18,924. Some of the early leadership coming from the gold sector, which is down 1.5%. The price for oil is sliding by 2% now, down for a fifth day, dropping $1.52 at 63.09, and that's got the energy group down by about 0.7%. Suncor is down 1% at $28.51. A winner is Hexo Corporation, which reported better than forecast sales, still not making any money, but the cannabis company seeing its share price up 6%. The Dow Jones on Wall Street further into record territory, up 62 points already at 33,075. Day after it cleared 33 grand for the first time ever, and we saw it gain the fastest 1,000 points from 32 to 33,000 over a 5-day time frame. JP Morgan's up 2.5%, Goldman Sachs up 2%, 3M up by 1%. Nasdaq, different story. It's down 197 points, with some of the tech heavyweights feeling the pressure from rising bond yields in the States. We have the price for gold right now down $6 at 17.21. Our dollar is down 1/4 cent, 80 1/3 cents U.S. For the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives. Ask Advice.
Hi, I'm a high-pressure weather system.
And I'm low pressure.
Opposites attract.
You're so cool.
You're so hot.
Let's make precipitation.
Yeah, but everyone hates it when we get together.
Except Subarus. They love spring showers.
Right, because they have symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive.
Sure, we make it rain, but that's how rainbows are made.
Enjoy Subaru's all-weather drive event with great rates on 2021 Subaru Foresters. Shop safely at your local Subaru dealer and adventure on in all weather.
The all-new season of American Idol is now on City TV.
It's so exciting to be back.
Feel the energy these kids bring to us, so much hope and love.
This is the first time that just someone singing made me cry.
And glory.
Sometimes all people need is that one person that tells them that they can, and then boom.
I'm going to Hollywood! American Idol. All new Sundays, 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream live and free at citytv.com.
Toronto's news now. This is 680 News.
A cloudy sky in downtown Toronto. It's 3 degrees. Good morning. I'm Sarah Parrish.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
The federal government providing an update on vaccine deliveries to our country. We will receive over 1 million doses of AstraZeneca's vaccine coming up next month, and then 500,000 doses are expected in May. The drug maker Moderna also confirming a big shipment for next month. In total, Canada will receive more than 30 million doses in the second quarter of this year. We're waiting to find out what Ontario's COVID case count looks like today after seeing increases over the past several days. It comes as Premier Ford is set to speak in Hamilton this afternoon to provide an update on the province's vaccine rollout plan. Time for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 A Fan. Here's Simon Bennett.
Hey, good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Steve. The Maple Leafs off again, but there's a game of interest to them. The Jets and Oilers begin the day 2 points back of first in the North, and they face each other. So whoever wins that game will be tied with the Leafs at 40 points. That's at 9 o'clock. The Leafs face Calgary tomorrow. Don Granato set to make his debut as interim Sabres head coach. However, their morning skate was canceled with a member of the hockey staff entering COVID protocols. If they do host the Bruins tonight, Sportsnet Ontario will have the game at 7. The Raptors on 6 straight losses. They host the Jazz in Tampa tomorrow. The NCAA gets going with the first 4 tonight. It starts at 5:10 with Texas Southern facing Mount St. Mary's. Then it's Drake against Wichita State at 6:30. Appalachian State against Norfolk State at 8:40. And then just before 10 o'clock, UCLA, Michigan State. It's a day off for the Blue Jays at spring training. They face the Tigers tomorrow. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
In times like these, shouldn't your money work even harder for you? We think so. That's why at Duca Credit Union, you get no-fee checking accounts. You also get high interest on deposits and investments, and low mortgage rates. Plus, you get to share in the profits. That's the Duca difference. And now, get rates as low as 1.79% on a 5-year fixed. Find out how at mortgage.duca.com. Do more, be more, achieve more with Duca Credit Union. Conditions apply.
Arrive Alive is celebrating. For 30 years, we've asked you to plan ahead and choose your ride, and you have. You've been the designated driver, you've taken the bus, called a cab, stayed over, or called home for a safe ride. And you've encouraged your friends to do the same. I'm Ann Leonard, president of Arrive Alive Drive Sober, saying thank you. You've saved lives on our roads. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive Drive Sober is supported by the Beer Store.
680 News Time, 9:49.
Ottawa is moving into the red zone tomorrow, less than a month after entering the orange restrict level of the province's framework. And the province says the move is a result of worsening COVID-19 trends in that region. It says from March 10th to 15th, Ottawa Public Health's case rate increased by 24.8%. to about 47 cases per 100,000 people. The change will take effect tomorrow morning at 12:01. Well, intolerably suffering Canadians who are not near the natural end of their lives lives now have the right to seek medical assistance in dying.
The revised Bill C-7 received royal assent hours after passing the Senate by a vote of 60 to 25 with 5 abstentions. All 20 conservative senators voted against the bill, several because they believed it didn't go far enough, but most were fundamentally opposed to expanding the assisted dying regime, particularly to those with mental illnesses. The government had originally intended to impose a blanket ban on assisted dying for people suffering solely from mental illnesses, but under pressure from senators who believed that exclusion was unconstitutional, it subsequently put a 2-year limit on it. Laurie Paris, The Canadian Press.
Coming up in 60 seconds, we'll check in with traffic and weather.
680 News Time, 9:50.
For seniors, it's never been more important to be able to enjoy life in the place you call home. Silver Cross is dedicated to helping you stay mobile in the comfort of your home for as long as possible. From medical beds to stair lifts to home lifts, wheelchairs to walkers, Silver Cross has all kinds of ways to help you stay in your home longer. Right now, you can even buy a stair lift online, including professional installation. Visit silvercrossstores.com today and connect with an expert, because home is where you want to be.
Food deliveries, online shopping, and homeschooling. Mom, I can't log in. It never ends. We're juggling mortgage and credit cards, all without Tim's income. You wonder how we do it? We don't. We can't afford the payments. Somebody help us.
New Borrow will help. Use low interest rates and the rising equity in your home to refinance your mortgage and save thousands.
Use your home to get a loan with New Borrow.
Visit newborrow.com. License 13115.
680 News Time, 9:51.
Time for traffic and weather together all the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Mercedes-Benz Durham. We've got problems on the southbound Don Valley Parkway approaching Lawrence. The left lane is now fully blocked off by crews as they deal with a collision that was mostly on the shoulder. So southbound DVP is heavy off the 404 from south of Finch to approaching Lawrence. Better to take the southbound section of Don Mills through this area as an alternate. Would probably exit the highway at Finch at the latest if you're on your way south through here. And just use Don Mills down to Lawrence, where you can then rejoin the highway without sitting in a delay. If you're on the eastbound 401, exit at Leslie, and then maybe use York Mills to get over to Don Mills. And same on the westbound 401, exit at Victoria Park, and use Ellesmere or York Mills, or actually use Victoria Park down to Lawrence, and then just rejoin from that point. You will find that route quite heavy, but the rest of the highway is not too bad. We do have this section of cleanup on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. Right lane is still blocked out for cleanup and repairs after an earlier crash. So still about a 3-kilometer backup from east of Guelph Line to approaching Highway 25. And then we've got some volume still east of Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road. There's a moving maintenance crew on the westbound 401 approaching Dixie and the collectors. They're in the right lane, but no significant delay through this area. It's just a slight delay. And then on the other route into downtown, the eastbound Huey Gardner still delays 3rd to Ford Drive and approaching Parkside off and onto east of Dufferin. There's now a minor problem on the northbound 427. On the ramp to Finch, the center lane is blocked with a stalled vehicle. During the Mercedes-Benz Durham Spring event, finance from 0% and get cash credits up to $20,000 on select models, plus special savings on demos at mercedes-benzDurham.com. Next report at 10:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Strong wind will stay with us through the day into the evening. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, -6 will feel like -11, so cold start to Friday, but lots of sunshine tomorrow, the high near 5, and plenty of sunshine for the weekend as well. Highs near 12 degrees. Spring arrives Saturday morning. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
All right, in downtown Toronto right now, it's overcast and 3 degrees. We have overcast conditions out at Pearson as well. Looks like a temperature there up to 680 News Time, 9:53.
The Government of Canada urges Canadians to avoid all non-essential travel. All travelers 5 years of age or older entering Canada must provide proof of a valid COVID-19 molecular test result. Travelers will be tested again upon arrival. Air passengers are also required to book a 3-night stay at a government-authorized hotel at their own cost prior to entering Canada. Details at travel.gc.ca/travel-covid. A message from the Government of Canada.
Well, shovels aren't even in the ground. Planned Young subway extension into Richmond Hill is reportedly being scaled back. The proposal would see the TTC's Line 1 subway extended about 7 kilometers north from Finch Station into Richmond Hill. But in apparent transit planning reports obtained by the Globe and Mail, to stay on budget, the number of proposed stops will likely be reduced. The original plan was to have 6 stops, but now it's looking like that will be cut to 3 or 4. The Globe and Mail reports a Metrolinx plan specifies that 3 stations originally proposed as Cummer, Clark, and Royal Orchard will not all be built. Another proposed change to save money is that the route would not be tunneled all of the way. The project's capital cost for a 3-station extension is reportedly between $4 and $5 billion. The extension not expected to be open until 2029 or 2030. I'm Laura Carney. Coming up in business news in 60 seconds, a spike in bond yields and a tumble for tech stocks.
The 680 News Time, 9:55.
Welcome to the flavor. Yeah, we got that zero down. Delivery fee. First month delivery fee. DoorDash for the $10 minimum in terms of
Does the complexity of real estate have you rethinking if moving is even worth it? At Properly.ca, we're bringing common sense to real estate, helping you buy and move into your new home before you even list the one you're in. While you enjoy the comforts of your new home, Properly will prep, list, and show your old one to get you the best price on the market. Your experienced Properly real estate agent will guide you through the process, helping you move on your terms.
There's a smarter way to move, the Properly way. Visit Properly.ca to get started today.
680 News Time, 9:56.
Now the 680 News Business Report. Here's Mike Keppel.
Hey, Sarah, good morning. We're watching the markets do what they've done of late, and that is move lower every time the bond trade sees any type of taper tantrum or something of that nature related to what the U.S. Federal Reserve is signaling on interest rate policy. Case in point, this morning, the U.S. 10-year Treasury is up to a yield of 1.75%, a jump of 10 basis points so far today, after U.S. Fed Chair Jay Powell yesterday kind of walked a tightrope. He was talking about the signs of strength in the U.S. economy, sure, but inflation, while it's going up a little bit, he says that is just a temporary factor as the economy rebalances post-pandemic and should cool off a little bit. So they're not going to move on anything related to interest rates or bond buying to keep rates in that market any artificially low. So the bond market is pushing back, daring the Fed not to move at some point. The Canadian 10-year bond is up 7 basis points at 1.65%. The 5-year is up 5 basis points. Wouldn't be surprised to see the big banks again start to raise mortgage rates, keeping track of that to see if they move rates higher for a third time now from the pandemic lows. Stock markets are feeling the effects specifically related to anything that is a high-flying tech stock. So on the TSX, the composite's down 35 points, and it's Shopify down $40 and Constellation Software down 14. What's benefiting? Bank stocks. They're up because, as again, bond yields climb, the differential on borrowing costs that the banks receive, that could be a boost to their earnings. So that could be, again, boon to the banks, and they're up in early trade. The energy sector is also particularly weak today because the price for oil is dropping $1.65 or 2.5% at $62.95, and gas is coming down 2 cents per liter tonight and could fall further from these recent levels. The Dow Jones is up 15 points. Can't keep the Dow down. It's up into record territory again, lifted by JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, again, the big banks. And NASDAQ down 187. That's 1.33%. An early slump back here for shares of Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, some of the heavyweights that yesterday, again, were close to records. The price for oil is down, as I mentioned, 2.5%. Gold is down $7.1719. Our dollar down 1/3 of a cent at 80 1/3 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Up.
Mazda of Toronto is Ontario's #1 Mazda volume dealer for 7 years in a row, offering the most reliable auto brand in Canada. And now, the Mazda 3 is the AJAC Car of the Year 2 years running. To be the best, it takes a team. And when that team offers the #1 car from the #1 volume dealership, backed by the #1 brand, that's truly a championship team. Get your #1 deal today at Mazda of Toronto, on Yonge, just south of Steeles. See MazdaofToronto.com.
Alpine Credits. Do you own your home?
You mean the condo I've been trapped in since forever?
Yeah, I hear ya.
Figure I should upgrade the home office.
Approved.
Maybe add a home theater.
Approved.
Home restaurant.
Approved. Sure, but
home football stadium. Home concert stage. Home bowling alley.
Wow, you really miss going out.
Home beach.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved to build an indoor beach, but that's an awful lot of sand. Alpine Credits.
Some conditions apply. Fiscal license 12616.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for EcoChoice windows and doors. Save 35% off windows and doors. Plus, don't pay for 90 days with EcoChoice windows and doors. There is only one choice. Visit ecochoicewindows.ca.
In Ajax right now, some light rain, 2 degrees. Brampton, cloudy, and 2. Downtown Toronto, it's cloudy and 3 degrees. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 10 o'clock.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Good morning. This is Thursday, the 18th of March. I'm Steve Roberts.
And I'm Sarah Parrots. Here's what's making news this hour.
Nearly 7% of Canadians have received at least one dose of a COVID vaccine, and federal health officials say in the month of April, Canada is expecting at least 7 million more doses to arrive in our country.
The ban on non-essential travel across the Canada-U.S. border has been extended yet again. We'll have an update on when that has been extended to, just a moment away.
More ominous third wave projections from Ontario scientists as we await the latest COVID-19 numbers from the province and a vaccination update from the Premier.
Raptors fall short in Detroit. Blue Jays wait for word on Hatch, and Chapo advances in Dubai. Sports at 15.
We've got a mostly losing session on Bay and Wall Street with bond yields on the rise while oil and gold are in the red. Business at 26.
680 News Time, 10:01.
They're together on the ones. When Toronto's reports, here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Hakeem Optical. We still have crash cleanup on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. The right lane is blocked off. A transport truck heavily damaged the guardrail in this crash. So they're still working on repairs here, and it's busy from east of Guelph Line to approaching Highway 25, about a 3-kilometer backup getting through there. The remainder of the East 401 trouble-free, but you will find one more spot of volume. Eastbound 401 busy east of Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road. The westbound 401 up to speed now across the GTA, although we do still have a section of moving maintenance. Westbound 401 approaching Dixie in the collectors. Cruiser in the right lane slowly moving along. They were sweeping up some debris on the right shoulder here, so watch out for that. On the southbound Don Valley Parkway approaching Lawrence, the left lane is still blocked with this collision, so that's why it's so heavy from just south. Just left the scene with one vehicle, so hopefully they're in the final stages of the cleanup here. And then if you're on the other route into downtown, eastbound QE Gardner, that's busy approaching Dorval to Fort Drive, first of all. And then slight delays on the eastbound Gardner from it. It's not too bad. On city streets, a traffic spotter called from Ajax to say that Lakeridge Road was closed, Kingston Road to Rossland, because of a collision. We have tow and emergency crews on scene. Hakeem Optical's Hello to Spring sale is in full bloom. Buy 2 pairs of glasses with frames and lenses starting at $199. For fashionable and affordable eyewear, visit Hakeem. Next report at 10:11, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Wind gusts could exceed 60 kilometers per hour today out of the north-northeast, mainly guaranteed high 8 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, windy, and rather cool. -6 will feel like -11. For today, the guaranteed high 8. And right now in downtown Toronto, it's cloudy and 3 degrees. 680 News Time, 10:03.
We will get an update on the province's vaccine rollout plan from the Premier this afternoon. It comes as we await the latest COVID case count off the back of some higher numbers that we saw yesterday.
And 680's Alex Bluefield joins us live with the latest COVID news. Alex.
Well, Sarah, in fact, we just got some early numbers here from our own Richard Southern from the province. This is not the full data breakdown yet, just the number of cases for today and the number of deaths to be reported by the province. And they are new cases-wise, 1,553 and 15 additional deaths related to COVID. So that is, in terms of the cases, slightly up from yesterday. We're not sure of the testing number, though, yet for today. And 15 additional deaths is right in line with what we've seen over the past 12 days now. So that'd be 13 straight days under 20 daily deaths reported by the province. Now, it is fairly clear we're in some kind of a third wave at the moment. The question remains how large it will be and what should be the proper response. A new group of scientists out of the universities of Guelph and Waterloo projecting predicting this morning that we should hit the third wave case count peak above both of the first two. A tripling of daily cases possible by early to the government. It has some places like Peel Region considering again a move for schools to go back online. There was reportedly some discussions between, and the Ministry of Education has so far shot that down. And Mayor Tory went on breakfast television this morning and was asked about if Toronto was also considering a move to virtual schooling.
By and large, there has been, to my knowledge, no discussion about doing anything else at the moment other than watching everything on a case-by-case basis, very carefully, but watching case-by-case.
And in terms of vaccinations, not sure of the latest number just yet, an hour from the province, but there were 58,000 shots in the most recent reporting period. That's been rising steadily over the past couple of weeks, and the Premier is set to update the province's vaccine rollout at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Reporting live from Alex Bloomfield.
Well, York Region is now moving ahead with its vaccination plan, now lowering the age of eligibility for a shot to 75. And 6 Cities' Carl Hansky is in Vaughan this morning.
The age threshold to get a COVID vaccination here in York Region being lowered to 75 means residents born in 1946 and earlier can now go online and book a day and time at one of 7 mass vaccination clinics in the region, including the Cordalucci Vaughan Hospital here in Vaughan. It's great news to people like Joe.
I can get my mom to get it now. She's in her 78 now. So it works easier for us, makes it a lot better for us. I can actually attempt to go out and see her.
York Region can start vaccinating younger seniors because it got a 2-week head start on areas like Toronto, which only opened its first mass vaccination clinics yesterday.
First quarter this year, in 2 weeks, Canada will have received 8 million vaccine doses, but in the month of April alone, we could nearly double that number. Here's our Parliament Hill reporter, Cormac McSweeney.
The updated numbers are out from federal officials, and just under 7% of Canadians have received their first dose of a COVID vaccine, while 1.6% have received both doses. Now, for the month of April, we're getting more information about our shipments. With Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca deliveries alone, Canada will see another 7 million doses arrive. Conversations continue with Johnson & Johnson, but we are expecting 10 million doses in the coming months. In total, Canada will be receiving more than 30 million doses in the second quarter, which should provide enough shots to give every Canadian that wants one their first dose. By the end of the second quarter, we should have 100 million doses in the country. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
And keep in mind, the ban on non-essential travel over the Canada-U.S. border has been extended yet again. Public Safety Minister Bill Blair announcing this morning that the restriction will continue until at least April 21st. Blair says the decision is based on the best public health advice that they receive.
A COVID-19 outbreak has been declared in the operating room at Toronto General Hospital. In a statement, the hospital says 4 staff tested positive for the virus over the past 5 days. No patient cases have been reported, and the hospital says the overall risk to patients is extremely low. A number of control measures have also been put in place to prevent further transmission. The operating room will remain open.
Well, the Transportation Safety Board has now called a news conference to discuss a report from Iran's Civil Aviation Agency on the downing of that Ukrainian passenger jet last year. The report says the Revolutionary Guard fired 2 missiles at the plane minutes after it took off from Tehran after misidentifying it as a hostile target. Both Ottawa and a group representing the families of Canadian victims are dismissing the report as incomplete and devoid of evidence.
You're listening to 680 News at 10:08. Kobe Bryant's wife has publicly identified 4 Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies accused of sharing explicit photos of her husband and daughter following last year's deadly helicopter crash.
After a federal judge ruled that Vanessa Bryant could get the names of the LA County Sheriff's deputies who allegedly shared gruesome for her husband, daughter, and 7 others died, Bryant is now sharing the names of some of the deputies. In an amended lawsuit against the county and the individual deputies, she claims they took and shared pictures of dead children, passing them around like gossip. The Sheriff's Department strongly fought the release of the names, saying its deputies could be targeted. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
And this portion of 6Q today by 81-88 Young. And coming up in just 30 seconds, a movement for the price of gas tonight.
680 News time at 10:09.
This is 680 News.
Experience the open spaces and perennial prestige of the Uplands community in Thornhill at 8188 Yonge. This collection of condominiums, townhomes, and penthouses is meticulously detailed with selective finishes and includes 30,000 square feet of outdoor space. Enjoy close access to Viva Transit and the $25,000 discount on parking, free locker, and more. 8188 Yonge, forever young. Book your appointment now at 8188yonge.com.
And up top for the 680 News gas price update, Enpro says the price of gas is going to drop a couple of cents tonight, down 2 cents. In fact, at midnight, down to $1.24.9 a liter.
680 News time, 10:10.
What could be better than starting the golf season with a shot at winning the ultimate foursome? Presented by TaylorMade and the Copper Creek Golf Group. The ultimate foursome prize pack includes custom club fittings and a TaylorMade performance lab for you and 3 friends, 4 full sets of clubs, 4 complimentary rounds at Copper Creek, Peninsula Lakes, Upper Unionville, and Watson's Glen. Make this your ultimate season with the ultimate foursome. Brought to you by TaylorMade and the Copper Creek Golf Group. Visit ccgolf.ca to enter today.
Employers wanted. Are you an employer with immediate vacancies but need assistance to find and hire staff? Call the staffing experts. Achieve Employment Services can help you find, hire, and keep your staff. Get access to a full range of recruitment resources, including no-cost job postings and hiring incentives. Register online today at achev.ca/employer. That's achev.ca/employer. Coordinated by Achieve Employment Ontario.
680 News time, 10:11.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. How are things looking out there so far this morning, Kyle?
Well, the heaviest route is the southbound Don Valley Parkway, and it's because we have problems. Southbound DVP approaching Lawrence. The left lane is blocked off with a collision. Emergency crews on the scene here. We had an ambulance just arrive and leave. So either it wasn't required, or that gives you an indication it may be a more serious situation than perhaps first thought. Southbound DVP is very heavy. Coming off the 404 from just south of Finch to approaching Lawrence. And again, you want to use an alternate here. Don Mills to the west makes sense. Same with Leslie, a little further west. And if you're already on the east side of the DVP, I would use Victoria Park. Take any one down to Lawrence and then join the highway at that point. So that includes travelers on the 401. I would just exit the east 401 at Leslie or the west 401 at Victoria Park and use the alternates down to Lawrence. And if you're on the south 404, get off at Finch and use Don Mills down to Lawrence. That's the easiest one. We have another issue on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. Still the right lane blocked for collision cleanup from an earlier crash. Repairs as well. 3-kilometer backup from east of Guelph line to approaching Highway 25. And then I'm still looking at volume on the east 401 east of Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road. It looks a little busy again, Islington to the 400 Express. No delays on the westbound 401, but we have moving maintenance approaching Dixie and the collectors. Crews are in the right lane there. You'll find the eastbound QEW continuing to improve. It's now just slow from Royal Windsor to Ford Drive, and the eastbound Gardner has eased off completely. In Ajax, Lake Ridge Road closed Kingston Road to Roslyn because of a collision. 407 ETR remains committed to supporting customers and communities in the GTA throughout the long-term recovery. Learn more at 407etr.com/road to recovery. Next report at 10:21, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Strong gusty wind will stay with us into the evening. The guaranteed high today, 8 degrees. Will drop to -6, though. For the low, it'll feel like -11 with the wind, so a cold start. So sunshine tomorrow, high near 5. For today, the guaranteed high, 8.
And right now in downtown Toronto, cloudy sky, 3 degrees. Over at Pearson Airport, same conditions. 680 News time, 10:13.
Time now for the Dynamic Funds Market Minute. For that, let's go check in at the Business Center. And good morning, Chris McCusker.
Well, good morning to you, Steve. Markets essentially undoing the gains that we saw yesterday. Now, the Dow is looking at a modest advance. It's up 15 points. There's been a lot of fluctuation, though, here. The S&P is down 20 points. The NASDAQ off by 247. So that's a drop of 1.8%. The TSX is down 51 points, 18,931. It did move above 19,000 yesterday for the first time ever. Gold is down $5, 17.22. Oil off by $1.48, 63.10 a barrel. And the Canadian dollar down by 1/3 cent now, 80.30 cents US. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives. Ask a financial advisor about active management and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Mask quality matters. Order your essential pandemic
Products from Surgo.com and make the same choice doctors and hospitals have been making for over 6 weeks. We stock only premium medical grade products from trusted manufacturers like medical N95 masks at $59.95 per box of 35, plus ASTM level 3 masks at $23.95 per box of 50. Free shipping on orders over $75 within Ontario. Visit surgo.com.
On March 21st, the Today Showstopper at TSC will be the Vistol Crosswave, the all-in-one multi-surface cleaning system. It vacuums and washes hardwood floors, laminates, sealed stone, as well as carpets and area rugs, all with the flip of a switch. And it always uses a clean solution because it sucks up the used, dirty solution into a second holding tank. Watch for it on March 21st when it's the Today Showstopper. Shop TSC.ca, today's shopping choice.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
All right, we got overcast conditions right now in downtown Toronto, and the temperature right now 3 degrees. Good morning. I'm Steve Roberts.
And I'm Sarah Parents. Here are the top stories this hour.
1,553 new cases of COVID-19 in this province today, along with 15 additional deaths. Now, it does come as we look at nearly 58,600 tests that have been completed. The way it breaks down, 404 new cases in Toronto, 294 in Peel, and 176 in the York region. In Ottawa, by the end of the first quarter of this year, Canada will have received 8 million vaccine doses, but in the month of April alone, we're expecting nearly double that number. We'll have the latest from Ottawa from our Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney. And it turns out the ban on non-essential travel over the Canada-U.S. border extended yet again. Public Safety Minister Bill Blair announcing today that a strict restriction will continue until at least April 21st. Time now for 680 Sports, and from Sportsnet 590 to Fan, here's Andrew Nye. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, Steve. Well, the hits keep coming in Buffalo. Sabres had to cancel this morning's skate because a staff member entered COVID protocols. Contact tracing now underway. There has been no determination about tonight's game against Boston, which was set to be played before frontline workers in their first game with fans. Lakes will practice at noon today. They host Calgary tomorrow. Raptors got some reinforcements back last night, but still lost their 6th in a row, 116-112 in Detroit. They fought and fought to within 2 in the dying seconds, but missed too many shots, mainly from 3, where they were 12 of 40. The only one who could hit from downtown was Norm Powell, who kept them within striking distance. He was an incredible 14 of 18, including 8 threes for a career-high 43 points. Canada's Denis Shapovalov has reached the semis of the Dubai Tennis Championships with a 7-5, 6-4 win over Jeremy Chardy. And happening now in round 1 of the Honda Classic, Canada's Mackenzie Hughes is 3 under through 5. He's one shot on 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
When you run a business, you run with unknowns. You run with quick decisions and plans made up along the way. You run a path only you create. And when you find the right tools, the future is yours to shape. From payments to point of sale, shape the future of your business at Square.ca. Square, the shape of things to come.
Hi, I'm Marina Malasani from Nature's Emporium with our president, Joe D'Addario. Joe, what's different about the service at Nature's?
We have knowledgeable and caring staff in every department to help you through these unprecedented days. Our team works around the clock to ensure the shelves are stocked, health questions are answered, and curbside orders are fulfilled 7 days a week. Also, we will have a full-service online store coming real soon and live better.
Visit one of our 4 locations, naturesemporium.com.
680 News Time, 10:18.
U.S. President Joe Biden set to meet his goal of delivering 100 million COVID vaccines in his first 100 days in office as early as today.
Nevada is opening up coronavirus vaccinations to all residents ages 16 and older next month. Governor Steve Sisolak announced Wednesday, starting April 5th, all Nevadans 16 and older can begin making vaccine appointments. Roughly 61% of Nevada's population is older than 18 and younger than 65.
Last week, President Joe Biden announced the goal of having everyone 18 years and older eligible for vaccines by May 1st in all states. I'm Mike Gracia.
127 days before the Tokyo Olympics, and another forced to resign.
This time, it's the game's creative director, Hiroshi Sasaki, whose main job is the opening and closing ceremonies, after a local magazine reported that Sasaki, during a brainstorm at a meeting last year, suggested local celebrity Naomi Watanabe perform as an Olympic. Watanabe is a huge star there, hailed as the Beyonce of Japan. In a statement, Sasaki called his comments a big insult and unforgivable. This comes a month after the head of the Tokyo Organizing Committee, Yoshiro Mori, was forced to resign after word leaked that he essentially said women talk too much at a meeting. Just another move for the Organizing Committee, with the games 4 months away and with costs rising to about $30 billion to hold them. The opening ceremonies are scheduled for July 23rd. The torch relay kicks off next week. I'm Simon Bennett.
And on the way in just 60 seconds, we've got Kyle Hawking standing by with a look at the roads this morning, and we'll check that extended forecast.
City News Time, 10:20.
Virtuo by Nespresso. Redefining coffee. Savor a new morning ritual. Innovative technology means preparing your perfect cup of coffee has never been so simple. Allowing you to start your day in the most exceptional way. Virtuo, your morning coffee redefined. Nespresso, what else?
Are you ready to start shopping in an actual store again? Good news! FactoryDirect.ca is now open for you to celebrate. We're offering Boxing Week quality deals now. Huge savings on top brands like Apple, Dyson, Samsung, and LG. Electronics, TVs, cell phones, notebooks, home and backyard products, all on sale. Shop in-store at one of our 18 Ontario locations or online at FactoryDirect.ca. FactoryDirect.ca. Big brands, real deals, serious savings.
City News Time, 10:21.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. And Kyle, you still looking at problems on the Don Valley Parkway this morning?
Well, some good news is those have just cleared. This report brought to you by the Gloucester on Yonge. Southbound DVP approaching Lawrence. All lanes have reopened here. Crash cleanup finished. Still very slow off the southbound 404 from just south of Finch to approaching Lawrence as you head on to the Don Valley. You may still want to take an alternate for the next short while. The easiest one for southbound 404 travelers is to get off at Finch and use Don Mills down to Lawrence. If you're on the eastbound 401, get off at Leslie, go down to Lawrence, and off on the west 401, get off at Victoria Park and go down to Lawrence. All of those will help you avoid that volume on the southbound DVP. It will slowly ease off. It's going to take some time. The other issues on the eastbound 401, approaching Highway 25, we have the right lane still blocked off for collision cleanup and repairs from an earlier crash. You'll find it still backed up for about 3 kilometers from east of Guelph line to approaching Highway 25. Crews have told us there was substantial damage to the guardrail, so they have quite a bit of work to do. Eastbound 401 delays through Mississauga Road then, and Islington to the 400 Express. Looks like that maintenance crew on the westbound 401 approaching Dixie and the Collectors is gone. I lost sight of them, but they were just sweeping up the shoulders, doing some cleaning there. But no delays through that area, even when the crew was there. Westbound 401 issue just being reported by Guelph line. We have a level, so watch out for that, but I'm not seeing a delay because of it. And then we had one other issue was on the northbound 427 ramp to Finch. Stalled vehicle now located in a prime downtown location along Yonge Street with direct access to the subway. The Gloucester on Yonge is Concourse Lane. thegloucesteryonge.com for more info. Next report at 10:31 and with the extended forecast. Here's Jill Taylor.
Wind gusts could exceed 60 kilometers per hour today out of the north-northeast. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees will drop to -6 though. For the low, it'll feel like -11 early Friday, partly cloudy. Lots of sunshine, the high near 5. And for the weekend, plenty of sunshine, just beautiful. Highs near 12 degrees. Spring arrives Saturday morning, 5:37. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it is cloudy, 3 degrees, same conditions at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time, 10:23.
Hi, Brian Fulton here from Mercedes-Benz Newmarket. Right now, all of our 2020 models must go. So now through this Saturday, for every 2020 A220, C300, and E350 purchase, customers will receive a complimentary 3-year prepaid maintenance package. And for every new car leased or purchased during March, Mercedes-Benz Newmarket will donate $200 to the Better Begins Today mental health campaign at Southlake Regional Health Center. Learn more at mercedes-benz-newmarket.ca.
And this portion of 680 News brought to you today by the Monitoring Center Home Security, now partnered with Tag Dispatch. Well, buying a simple cup of coffee caught one woman off guard in Colorado.
How much is that cup of Joe worth? Lisa Angelo, who ordered coffee at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora Christmas Eve. Her holiday treat came with a $5,700
to Paris.
At first, she thought it was fraud when she got an alert of insufficient funds.
I realized that 570,570 was the dollar amount put in twice.
Months after back and forth with the bank and hotel, she finally got a provisional credit, her account no longer in red. Certainly a coffee break she'll never forget. Lionel Moise, ABC News.
Yeah,
A slip. Instead of 570, $5,700.
I don't even have that in my camera.
No.
It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't come out.
Insanity.
That's crazy. I'm glad you got that, but jeez.
Wow, another day, another record on the Dow. Chris McCusker with the details 60 seconds away.
680 News Time, 10:25.
The Monitoring Center provides uninterrupted alarm monitoring 24/7 for $9.99. You get the best possible customer service 24/7 for $9.99. We know. Take that first step in lowering your monthly bills. Why wait? Call us today, 1-866-24/7 for $9.99, or visit themonitoringcenter.com for details.
1-866-24/7 for $9.99. 1-866-24/7 for $9.99.
The Chesterfield Shop. Hi, Steve here from the Chesterfield Shop. After 104 days of being closed, we're now open and having our biggest and best sale of the year. Our Boxing Week great savings on everything. So make no mistake, you heard it right. Boxing Week savings in March, only at the Chesterfield Shop.
The Chesterfield Shop, your leather superstar.
It's the final weekend of our Boxing Week 2.0 sale at all of our 5 great locations.
680 News Time, 10:26.
Time now for the 680 News Business Report. Let's check in now with Business Center with Chris McCusker. And Chris, keeping an eye on the Dow Jones this morning.
Yeah, it closed at a record yesterday, Steve, and then it hit another record today. So right now it's up 88 points. 33,104. The S&P closing at a record yesterday. It's down by 27. And the NASDAQ up by 207. So that's a drop of 1.5%. Trade also going where it's never gone before. Moving above 19,000 for the first time ever yesterday. Right now it's down 19 to 18,094. So here's the story for today. We've got bond yields on the rise. In the U.S., the 10-year hit 1.75% for the first time in more than a year after the Fed announcement yesterday. Adam Hennick is investment advisor at Hennick Wealth.
I think what's happening is the economy starting to improve. The outlook is starting to improve. The stock markets have gone higher, so it makes investors nervous that we're dancing on the edge of the pin. And so anything can derail us is going to scare investors off. So when Powell is out to speak, then people are nervous that the slightest thing can tip us into a free fall.
Now on Bay Street, we've got shares in cannabis company Hexo up by 4.5%. The company reported a loss of $20.8 million in its latest quarter, but net revenue in what was Hexo's second quarter totaled nearly $32.9 million, almost double what it reported last year, which was $17 million. The price for gold right now down $4, $17.22. Oil is off by $1.81, $62.78 a barrel, and the Canadian dollar down by 1/3 cent, 80 US. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
Protect yourself and protect the ones around you. SafetyMasks.ca is your one source for personal protective equipment. Now available, a 50-pack of daily protective masks for only $9.95 plus tax. SafetyMasks.ca has everything you need in stock with free next-day shipping. With quick, easy, and convenient PPE solutions sent straight to your door. From safety masks to gloves, hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, and gowns. Order online at SafetyMasks.ca. That's SafetyMasks.ca.
Your life has taken a bit of a break, but your dental health shouldn't. At Ultima Dental, our enhanced cleaning and sterilization protocols will help keep you safe at your appointment, while our team of professionals keep your oral and overall health in check. We also offer our patients a 0% interest payment treatment you need when you need it. Located across Ontario and the GTA, contact your local or visit ultimadental.com to find a dental professional near you. Ultima Dental. Care beyond your smile.
And our meteorologist Jill Taylor's forecast for the day today, expecting mostly cloudy conditions and windy throughout the day. A guaranteed high of 8 degrees. It'll remain partly cloudy tonight, and the winds are going to continue to be strong. A low down of -6, a wind chill of -11. And right now in downtown, it's overcast and 3 degrees. Same conditions at Pearson. Michael Gibbons is the Midday Show editor. Zahir Hashimi is at the digital desk, and Michael Ranger is our web editor. 680 News Time, 10:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 18th. I'm Sarah Parrott.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here's what's making news this hour. Vaccinations open to Halton residents 75 and older tomorrow as the province reports over 1,500 new COVID-19 cases for a second straight day.
For the ages of 75 and 79 and live in York region, you can now COVID vaccine.
COVID vaccine shipments are shooting up significantly next month. Federal officials confirm alone will nearly double the number of shots coming into our country.
And the non-essential travel ban between Canada and the U.S. has been extended yet again.
J.S. Jaguar drops by to talk about the job Freddie Anderson is doing with the Leafs. Raptors make it 6 straight sports.
The Dow hits a record while other markets pull back. Oil drops again, and our Moody's still holding above 80 cents U.S. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 10:31.
Time for traffic at once. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report is brought to you by Hakeem Optical. I'm still looking at a heavy delay on the southbound Don Valley Parkway from south of Finch to south of Lawrence. We had earlier problems approaching Lawrence that cleared, but still heavy, especially for southbound 404 travelers. Once you do get past that bottleneck at the 401, it improves onto the southbound EVP, but very heavy on the approach. You'll find as well some construction on the southbound 400 at Aurora Road. The left lane is blocked off. Just a slight delay through the area. It's not too bad. Cleanup we have, or the only collision cleanup now, is on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. The right lane is blocked off. Not only cleanup, but also repairs to the guardrail going on here. So heavy from east of Guelph line to approaching Highway 25, a 3.5-kilometer backup. You'll then find eastbound 401 delays through Mississauga Road and from Islington to the 400 in the Express. Westbound 401 is up to speed across the GTA, as is the eastbound Gardner. I'll say the eastbound QEW with a slight delay by the Ford plant, but the eastbound Gardner's moving well into downtown. In HX, we had Lakeridge Road closed from Kingston Road to Rossland. That was because of a collision. Hakeem Optical's Hello to Spring sale is in full bloom. Buy 2 pairs of glasses with frames and lenses starting at $199 for fashionable and affordable eyewear. Visit Hakeem Optical today. Next report at 10:41, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
We could have some lingering showers, but most areas just mainly cloudy and windy today. A gusty wind out of the north-northeast. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees. Continuing windy for us tonight. Partly cloudy, -6 will feel like -11. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
Right now in downtown Toronto, we have got overcast conditions, 3 degrees. It's overcast in 2 out of Pearson. 680 News Time, 10:33.
Ontario's COVID-19 case count continues to creep back up with today's number once again over 1,500. And this as Halton will soon become the latest region to open up vaccine appointments to younger residents.
The 680's Alex Bloomfield following all this, joining us live with more, including a look at today's number of new infections. Alex.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. And start with the news in Halton region, where they'll be joining York tomorrow and adding a new age bracket. Those eligible vaccine, everyone born in 1946 or earlier, essentially 75 plus, can now book an appointment as of Friday morning in Halton. It's already happening today in York. Halton Public Health also opening its portal to Indigenous adults over the age of 55. Now, province-wide, 58,000 shots were given out yesterday. That's about 100 short of the daily record. And new cases moving up to 1,553. Testing moving in step, though, 58,600. Compared to this time last week, that's about 500 higher in terms of cases, the same amount of testing. Test positivity is lower than earlier this week at 3.1%. 15 people died, would make it 13 straight days under 20 daily deaths. And ICU admissions still edging higher now, according to the province, as Critical Care Ontario adds about 50 to that number. This all comes as more experts project a large third wave. This morning, a group out of the universities of Guelph and Waterloo projecting a tripling of cases by mid-April. And that would be in line with some of the scenarios laid out by the Ontario Science Table last week, which saw case counts as high as 6,000 or 8,000 by the time this third wave comes to a peak. The Premier will be updating the province's vaccine rollout from Hamilton this afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Alex Bloomfield.
Well, as Alex mentioned, York Region has expanded the demographic for vaccination appointments. 680's Carl Nansky's in Vaughan with a look.
Residents here in York Region between the ages of 75 and 79 can now go online and book an appointment at one of 7 mass vaccination clinics in the region, including here at the Cordalucci Vaughan Hospital.
I think it's fantastic news. Big time progress.
It also means Michael's grandmother here in Vaughan in her late 60s.
She'll finally have peace of mind and she can finally go out and do the things she really wants.
It means you'll be able to go see her.
And I can't wait. She makes delicious food.
York Region has reached the point where it can start vaccinating younger seniors because it started 2 weeks earlier than others, which opened its first mass vaccination clinics yesterday. All the info you need is on our 680 News website. In Vaughan, I'm Carl Hansky.
680 News Time, 11:36. Well, next month we'll see a significant jump in vaccine deliveries to this country, at least according to federal officials who provided an update on the rollout of vaccine doses. And with details this morning, here's 680's Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney.
By the end of this month, Canada will have received a total of 8 million vaccine doses, but by the end of April, that number should be at least 15 million. Federal health officials say they've been able to confirm April delivery schedules with Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca with 7 million shots at least a month alone. Conversations continue with Johnson & Johnson, but we expect 10 million doses in the coming months. Deputy Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Howard New says this sets us on the right track to administer the first dose of a vaccine to every Canadian that wants one by the end of June.
Hopefully, we will be in the spot, in a few months, and where every Canadian will have received, if that's what each jurisdiction is moving forward with, that one dose.
Say how discussions are progressing with the United States in terms of gaining access to vaccines produced by our neighbor, especially around the AstraZeneca shot. Doses are still sitting in storage because it hasn't yet been approved there. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
The border between Canada and the United States will stay closed to non-essential travel for at least another month. Public Safety Minister Bill Blair says the federal government is basing its decision on public health advice to keep Canadians safe. On Sunday, we will mark 1 year since the border closed to non-essential travel.
Well, the province says it is moving ahead with the next stage of planning for the Yonge North subway extension. Metrolinx releasing its initial business case for the project, which essentially outlines options for an approximately 8-kilometer extension of the Line 1 from Finch to Richmond Hill. The province says the extension will provide access to transit within walking distance to 26,000 more people, and even help to reduce commute times into downtown Toronto by up to 22 minutes.
You're listening to 680 News. When the Leafs wake up tomorrow, they will have company atop the North Division. Our Simon Bennett explains in anticipation of a big weekend of games.
We had a feeling this might happen last night, putting them just 2 points back of the Leafs for the North Division lead, and they face each other tonight. So the winner of that game will be tied with Toronto on points this time tomorrow. It's like they're breathing down their necks in a really bad breath kind of way.
What did you eat?
News from practice, Wayne Simmons is closer to returning from his wrist injury, and Alex Galchenyuk on a decent run with the Marlies.
The time they put him to work on me and get my game back where it needs to be, it's amazing.
That opening created by the departure of Jimmy Vesey claimed to waivers by the Canucks. One more practice day before the Leafs face Calgary tomorrow and Saturday. I'm Simon Bennett.
You're listening to 680 News. We'll block off 4 hours for the latest superhero extravaganza.
It's a big day for comic book fans. Like your Warriors. The long-awaited director's cut of Zack Snyder's Justice League premieres today, and Snyder says the 4-hour film is pretty much the original first cut he finished in 2017.
When I finished it, I said, "Oh well, no one will ever see this movie. It's 4 hours long. It's not It's not an option.
Snyder left the film before completing it, though, after the death of his 20-year-old daughter. Joss Whedon took over and made significant changes. Fans have been clamoring for the Snyder Cut for years. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
680 News Time, 10:39.
Did you know that companies with a blog get 55% more web traffic and 78% of web users research products online before buying? If you're not creating fresh, unique content on your website, you could be missing out on a lot of potential customers. That's where Numero Uno Web Solutions can help. Our professional Canadian writers create online content that moves your company to the top of the list. A 4.9 out of 5-star Google rating speaks for itself. Find out more at numerounoweb.com.
Now the 680 News gas price update, and Pro predicts the price is going to go down 2 cents at midnight to $1.24.9 a liter.
680 News Time, 10:40.
This is Superfan Napatia. You see me driving a lot of SUVs, but I have fallen in love with the new Genesis GV80. The only seat that can compare to my courtside seat is behind the wheel of my new luxury SUV by Genesis. But there is very limited availability. Test drive the official car of the Superfan. Book your appointment at genesismississauga.ca. Don't miss the hottest SUV, the Genesis GV80.
The Government of Canada urges Canadians to avoid all non-essential travel. All travelers 5 years of age or older entering Canada must provide proof of a valid COVID-19 molecular test result. Travelers will be tested again upon arrival. Air passengers are also required to book a 3-night stay at a government-authorized hotel at their own cost prior to entering Canada. Details at travel.gc.ca/travel-COVID. A message from the Government of Canada.
31.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
And this report brought to you by Purple Brick on 401 approaching Highway 25. Still the right lane closed for an ongoing collision cleanup, so you'll find a 3.5-kilometer backup as you approach Highway 25. Because of that, the MTO still have not offered a timeline of how much longer this cleanup and repair will take. The guardrail was heavily damaged by a transport involved in this crash, so they're still working on that, and the crash happened about 5:30 this morning. So we're into it by, well, more than 5 hours now. You'll find the other delay on the East 401 heading for the 400 from Dixon to the 400 Express. Westbound 401 issues have cleared. We did get the official all clear from that maintenance crew approaching Dixie and the collectors, so they are gone there. No delay. And that stalled vehicle by Guelph line is also cleared. So the West 401's up to speed and trouble-free right across the GTA. You'll find the southbound improving, but still busy. First, as you approach Shepherd into the collector lanes to the 401 ramps. Travelers heading for the DVP will miss that, but then delays just as you approach the 401 onto the Don Valley to south. The eastbound QEW is a bit busy by the Ford plant, but the Gardner's running up to speed. And then our other projects, Lake Ridge Road is closed, Kingston Road to Rossland because of a collision. We have lots of emergency crews on scene. Looking to buy a home? Purple Bricks has dedicated home buying realtors in your community ready to help and give you $2,000 cash back. Visit purplebricks.ca. Restrictions apply. Next report at 10:51, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Well, the gusty and strong wind is back. It's out of the north-northeast, but it is on the mild side again today, at least above average. A guaranteed high 8 degrees. The average high is about 5. Mainly cloudy. For tonight, partly cloudy, continuing windy, and -6 will feel like -11, so a cold start to Friday. Lots of sunshine tomorrow, though, the high near 5. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
All right, in downtown Toronto right now, it's overcast and 4 degrees. We've got overcast conditions as well out at Pearson. Temperature there, 3. 680 News Time, 10:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute, live from the Business Center. Here's Chris McCusker.
Well, Sarah, we've seen another all-time high on the Dow today. It's up by 104, 33,119. Now, it closed at a record yesterday, so it didn't take much to get to a new all-time high. The S&P pulling back from a record, it's down 19, and the NASDAQ off by 189, while the TSX, which also closed at a record yesterday, is down 24 to 18,958. Gold is lower by $4, 17.22. Oil, wow, it's down $2.45 now, 62.15. That's a drop of 3.8%. And the Canadian dollar lower by 27, now 28 100s, 80.34 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives.
Ask a financial advisor about active management and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Proceeds from the Princess Margaret Home Lottery benefit Princess Margaret Cancer Center. Check out the grand prize show home in King City, part of the $7 million grand prize, which also includes a Muskoka lakefront cottage and $500,000 cash. It's the biggest grand prize ever. And don't miss the $1 million bonus prize, a downtown Toronto condo plus $25,000 cash. Deadline is Friday, March 26th at midnight. Get your tickets at princessmargaretlotto.com.
I love these play dates with the kids. But how could one glass of wine turn into 3? I was only going to have 1. Teachers can contribute to increased drinking among women. Talking about it can help.
Hey, Jill, you've had a few drinks, and I know you've got a lot on your plate right now. Why don't you and the kids stay for dinner, and afterwards we can talk?
Drunk driving is a woman's issue, too. Learn how to reduce the risk at changetheconversation.ca.
Toronto's news. Now, this is 680 News.
A cloudy sky in downtown Toronto. It's 4 degrees. Good morning. I'm Sarah Parrish.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
Ontario is reporting 1,553 new COVID-19 cases today, slightly higher compared to the day before, and continuing our upward trend here. It comes as Halton Region says it's now ready to start with younger residents. Starting tomorrow, people 75 and older can sign up for their shot. And the non-essential travel ban between Canada and the U.S. is being extended yet again to April 21st. The federal government says it's basing its decision on public health advice to keep Canadians safe. Sunday will mark 1 full year since the border closed to non-essential travel. And coming up after sports, we'll tell you why it's a big day for Japan. Time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Andrew Nye.
Sarah, if you're Freddie Anderson or any goalie wearing the maple leaf, you have to shut out the noise. That from former Leaf J.S. Shigeru on Good Show. And while he'd like to see Anderson post a higher save, not everyone can do this.
He seems to be a goalie that's able to manage the pressure. And when things are going bad, I think he seems to fairly react well to it. It's not an easy situation to be in. But I think overall, in the state in Toronto, we've done pretty well.
Leafs will practice at noon, host Calgary tomorrow and Saturday. Hits keep coming in Buffalo, the city, because someone on staff has entered COVID protocol. No word yet if tonight's game against Boston still goes ahead. Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet returned to the Raptors lineup and were understandably tired following a 116-112 loss to the Pistons. Norm Powell with a career-high 43 points in the loss. Blue Jays have made 25 cuts, including Alec Manoah, Simeon Woods-Richardson, Austin Martin, and Jordan Groshans, all of whom have been assigned to the minor league working group, all still eligible to play in Grapefruit League games as needed. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour for any time at sportsnet.ca/590.
This is Bernie HomeSafe. Did you know electrical hazards are a leading cause of fires in homes? Bernie HomeSafe's highly trained electricians can identify electrical hazards before they become an emergency. If there's smoke in your home, you hear this. If there's an electrical wiring hazard, the next sound you might hear is this. 911, what is your emergency? Get a Bernie HomeSafe electrical inspection today and make sure your home and family are safe. Book your no-charge assessment at ismyhomesafe.ca. COVID-19 protocols in place.
Every day in Canada, 3,000 mortgages renew. Important announcement. If your mortgage renews in the next 90 days, contact butlermortgage.ca. 1.15% 5-year variable rate at renewal. No gimmicks, no fees. It's the same mortgage as your bank. If you qualify, you save thousands. 1.15% 5-year variable mortgage at butlermortgage.ca.
License number 12 Shield variable rate, APR 1.16%. 680 News Time, 10:48.
Intelligence officials in the U.S. say violent extremists pose an elevated threat to Americans, and they're warning more violence is almost certain to come this year.
The blunt assessment echoes a warning from FBI Chief Chris Wray earlier.
The problem of domestic terrorism has been metastasizing across the country for a long time now, and it's not going away anytime soon.
And one yesterday from Homeland Security Secretary Allah, domestic violent extremism, the biggest threat to the homeland, fueled by different ideologies.
Including ideologies of hate, against particular social groups.
The report says racially motivated extremists and militias pose the most lethal threat, and given what the officials call contentious socio-political factors violence, the threat is likely to grow this year. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
Japan is set to end a months-long state of emergency in Tokyo despite concerns of a COVID-19 resurgence ahead of next week's Olympic torch relay. Experts on a government commission panel announced today that the state of emergency will end Sunday. The emergency began in January and centers around asking restaurants, bars, and other businesses to close at 8 p.m. Coming up in 60 seconds, we'll check in with traffic and weather.
680 News Time, 10:50.
Square knows that running a business can mean a lot of things. It means running with unknowns, split-second makeup as you go. So Square has tools to help run your business wherever tomorrow takes you. Launch an online store in minutes, set up pickup and delivery, and bill for work with easing. You can also take any payment, anywhere, and manage your inventory, appointments, plus everything else in one easy place. The future of business is yours to shape. Start with Square at square.ca.
Hi, Brian Fulton here from Mercedes-Benz New Market. Right now, all of our 2020 models must go. So now through this Saturday, for every 2020 A220, C300, and E350 purchase, customers will receive a complimentary 3-year prepaid maintenance package. And for every new car leased or purchased during March, Mercedes-Benz New Market will donate $200 to the Better Begins Today mental health campaign at South Lake Regional Health Center. Learn more at Mercedes-Benz-Newmarket.ca.
680 News Time, 10:51.
It's time for traffic and weather together all the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Search Kings. We've still got this collision cleanup and ongoing repairs on the eastbound 401 approaching Highway 25. The right lane has been blocked off here since about 5:30 this morning. There was a collision involving a transport in which the guardrail was heavily damaged. So crews are still working on that. And if you're traveling through the area, it's about a 4-kilometer backup approaching Highway 25 where the right lane is blocked off. The MTO have not been able to offer a timeline for when this repair may be finished. So we're stuck with this delay for now anyway. The eastbound 401 is also busy from Dixon to the 400 in the Express. That's just volume. And there are no delays or problems on the westbound 401 across the city. You'll find if you're traveling that southbound 404 Don Valley heading for downtown, still some delays approaching Shepherd into the collectors to the 401 ramps and onto the Don Valley. It gets busy 401 to south of Lawrence. But overall, the picture on this route is improving after earlier problems by Lawrence were cleared away. No delays now in either direction on the QE Gardner. It's moving up to speed into and out of the city. You will still find single-lane construction at Black Creek and Eglinton, especially heavy for north and southbound traffic there. But it's not too bad if you're on Eglinton east or westbound going through Black Creek, though it is a single lane in all directions. And in Ajax, we have a closure of Lake Ridge Road between Kingston Road or Dundas up to Roslyn. That's because of a collision investigation. Sounds like the collision reconstruction team is heading to the area, so this may be an extended closure for several hours. Looking for better results from your Google advertising? Switch to Search Kings, winner of the Google Premier Partner Customer Satisfaction Award. Your search is over. Let Search Kings help your customers find you. Next report at 11:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Strong wind will stay with us through the day into the evening. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, -6 will feel like -11, so a cold start to Friday, but lots of sunshine tomorrow, the high near 5, and plenty of sunshine for the weekend as well, highs near 12 degrees. Spring arrives Saturday morning. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
All right, in downtown Toronto right now, it's overcast in 4 degrees, overcast in 3 out in Pearson. 680 News Time, 10:53.
Hi, I'm Miranda from Nature's Emporium with our president, Joe D'Addario. Joe, mix our apples.
That's right. We only sell organic produce at Nature's Emporium, offering you the best priced, highest quality, most abundant selection of 100% certified organic fruits and vegetables. Customers can always trust that we don't mix our apples.
100% organic produce at all 4 locations. Visit naturesemporium.com.
During extreme weather season, count on our weather experts and the 680 News Extreme Weather Center for all the latest on the storm.
And how to keep you and your family safe.
Road conditions, school cancellations, and the latest storm updates.
The 680 News Extreme Weather Center has you covered.
Brought to you by Confidence in Motion.
On your radio, online, and on your smart speaker.
This is 680 News.
A former progressive conservative MPP is reportedly suing the province over its COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. The Toronto Star reports Roman Baber, who was ousted from caucus in January after writing an open letter opposing the lockdown measures, has now launched a lawsuit calling some of the Ford government's regulations unconstitutional. In his legal action, Baber says he is suing the Attorney General for the right to protest, pray, and gather outdoors. Well, coming up in business news in 60 seconds, markets mostly lower, but the Dow hit an all-time high.
680 News Time, 10:55.
Hi, I'm Sherry Tabb, co-founder of the Herzig Eye Institute. Covered by a mask and unable to touch, we've never needed our eyes more. To see and read, but also to smile, connect, and take the place of a hug. Why let glasses, contacts, and cataracts get in the way? Say I've had it and come to Herzig. Google Herzig Eye Institute. Call us for a consultation. There's no charge. Herzig is prepared. You're protected. Look after yourself. Promise me.
Hi, I'm George Canyon, and the Dexcom G6 continuous glucose monitoring system has changed how I live with diabetes. There are no more finger pricks, and it can alert me before I go low, and it's covered by most private insurers. Find out more about the G6 at Dexcom.com.
If readings from the G6 do not match symptoms or expectations, use a blood glucose meter to make treatment decisions. The Dexcom G6 is indicated for the management of diabetes in persons aged 2 years and older. Always read and follow the label.
680 News Time, 10:56.
Now the 680 News Business Report. Here's Chris McCusker.
Well, Sarah, we've got a mixed picture on Bay and Wall Street after 3 of 4 markets closed at all-time highs. So the Dow, which closed at a record yesterday, hit another all-time high today. Right now it's up by 106 to 33,117. So if you're keeping track at home, it took 5 trading days for the Dow to go from 32,000, the S&P pulling back from a record, it's down 16, and the NASDAQ off by 188. That's a pullback of 1.3%, and that's off the low for the day. The TSX closed at a record yesterday. Right now it's down 41 points, 18,941. It moved above 19,000 yesterday for the first time ever, and it took Bay Street 8 days to go from 18,000 to 19,000. Adam Hennick is investment advisor at Hennick Wealth.
So the TSX index is, heavily weighted to large blue chip Canadian companies and things like Shopify that have showed up to be part of it. But what I think is interesting when you see it in the Canadian dollar is the return of commodities, steel, nickel, base, and if that's going to be ultimately great for the TSX.
Now, shares in the parent company of the Circle K convenience store chain, Couche-Tard, in the red on Bay Street. That stock is down by 3.5%. The stock at one point today was looking at its biggest one-day drop in 9 weeks. Now, Couche-Tard says its third quarter revenues fell nearly 21% as fuel volumes plunged 20% in North America during COVID-19. Net shareholders was $607.5 million US. That was a decrease of about 8% from a year earlier. So, broad picture here, the company says the pandemic continues to have a meaningful impact on results as traffic remains soft due to increased lockdowns and people continuing to work from home. The price for gold right now off by $3, $17.23. We've got oil down $2.73 now, a drop of 4% to $61.91. And the Canadian dollar's lower by 26/100ths, 80.36 cents US. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
Right now, being there for each other has never been more important. And while your vehicle may not be top of mind, your local Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer wants to do their part, which is why our showroom and service departments continue to remain open with one-on-one appointments that follow strict safety protocols. We've also updated our click and drive online shopping experience, giving you the option to shop from the comfort of home dealer to learn about our commitment to cleanliness and the great offers available to you.
Protect yourself, protect your family, and protect the ones around you. SafetyMasks.ca is your one source for personal protective equipment. Now available, a 50-pack of daily protective masks for only $9.95 plus tax. Safety Masks.ca has everything you need in stock with free next day shipping. With quick, easy, and convenient PPE solutions sent straight to your door. From safety masks to gloves, hand sanitizer, disinfecting masks.ca.
I'm taking a look at some regional weather conditions. Niagara Falls, some light rain, 3 degrees. It's partly cloudy and 2 in Richmond Hill. Cloudy sky, 3 degrees in Mississauga. Hamilton, cloudy and 4. Oshawa, sun and cloud, 3 degrees. Downtown Toronto is cloudy and 4 degrees. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 11 o'clock.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Well, good morning. This is Thursday, the 18th of March. I'm Steve Roberts.
And I'm Sarah Parents. Here's what's making news this hour.
Halton region expands vaccination bracket as the province reports a slight rise in new COVID-19 cases. In a COVID vaccine update, federal officials say Canada is due to receive at least 7 million doses in April, nearly doubling our total deliveries in just a single month. And the Canada-U.S. border closure for non-essential travel will continue at least for another month.
Leafs need a playoff warrior. You'll hear from Nick Kiprios. Sabres doing contact tracing. Sports at 15.
The Dow hits another record while the S&P and the TSX pull back from all-time highs, and oil drops by almost $3. Business at 26.
680 News Time, 11:01.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Checking that drive this morning. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Foodland Ontario. We have a new issue that's affecting the westbound Gardner. On the ramp to the 427 right lane, they've sort of been rolling along slowly here. I believe it may be pothole repairs or something of the like. So westbound Gardner delay now as you approach the 427 and onto the ramp to the northbound 427. They're towards the end of the ramp, so I'm not sure exactly how far north these crews are going, but at least when they get past where they are now, they don't have to go much farther to get to a wider portion of the highway. And that way, you'll find some of this volume start to improve. But that crew is in the way at the moment. Also on the eastbound Gardner, you'll find a smooth drive into downtown. And then looking at the southbound 404 in Don Valley, still some volume through the Shepherd collectors to the 401 ramps. Still from the 401 to south of Lawrence, but gradually improving. You'll find on the eastbound 401 that collision cleanup still approaching Highway 25. The right lane is blocked off. They're also doing repairs to the guardrail here, crews are. So about a 4-kilometer backup approaching Highway 25 as this has been with us. More volume from Dixon to the 400 Express. And then the westbound 401 is moving well across the city. We've still got the section of Lake Ridge Road between Kingston Road and Rossland in Ajax that's closed because of a collision investigation, likely to be some time. Foodland Ontario reminds you to enjoy local all winter. Look and ask for Ontario greenhouse cucumbers when you shop. Grow in Ontario, paid for by the Government of Ontario. Next report at 11:11, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Wind gusts could exceed 60 kilometers per hour today out of the north-northeast, mainly cloudy. Our guaranteed high 8 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, windy, and rather cool. -6 will feel like -11. For today, the guaranteed high 8.
Right now in downtown Toronto, we have a cloudy sky. It's 4 degrees. 680 News Time, 11:03.
Another region in the GTA is opening up at 1500 range.
At 680's Alex Bloomfield joins us live with all that and more. Alex.
Well, Sarah, 1,500 COVID-19 infections today out of 600 tests. Both those numbers higher than yesterday, a similar test positivity of 3.1%. But when you compare the week-over-week numbers, the trend is clear. The 7-day rolling average up about 2. There were 15 deaths. A good trend here, though. It's 1 day shy now, 2 weeks under 20 daily deaths. However, ICU occupancy is now at 304, and Critical Care Ontario adds about 50 to that number. Now, the silver lining, of course, is vaccinations. Over